tiefling. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Caleb.
Yes, sir. Good old Caleb Quinn. Bounty hunter, sheriff, justice seeker.
Yeah, the Justice Seeker fucked with that one NPC really badly the whole time you were talking to him.
Yep. That's Caleb.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello. Finally, my food's on the way. Son of a gun.
Hi there.
Oh, hello there.
I've been holding this for 10 minutes, Mark. There you go.
Thanks. Ooh,
No problem.
68 months. One more. It's getting pretty
Yeah, bruh.
nice.
Next month.
Yes, sir. No, it's funny that I switched over to speedrunning because I had that animated GIF of Celebration Pola doing the different colors, which is kind of the exact same color scheme as when I do a gold split on speedrunning, which is meaning that's the fastest I've ever done that section. So it works out. It's kind of like a gold split Pola.
Nice. All right. I did not give you that I'm level 5 now. So I am level 5, sir.
See, I knew that. And I was actually in my overlay, as you can tell.
Yep.
And I completely forgot to change the level. Because I knew you were 5.
Yeah.
Well, you will be if we make it past day 2. But
I mean, we did.
mm,
Oh, true. The night is still young.
Yes, this is very true.
yeah, this is like morning of day 3, I think we're coming back to.
Yeah.
Um,
No, you know, the funny thing is, like, I know exactly how much HP to remove and I still can stay level 4. Because it's just 4. I rolled a 2 on health. That was hilarious.
wah wah. Sorry, I'm not keeping track of HP and all that other stuff. Way too complicated, way too much to keep up with people, so I'm just doing...
Oh yeah, it's that's just like, this is their level, this is what they are, this is how they look, that's it.
Yep, that's it. You want more, you can do it.
Yo.
Or you can pay me.
I
I'll
pay
catch up
you
with
with
you
a
guys
sub
one day.
every week. I mean, every month. That.
Yeah, but that's for entertainment. That's not for
Yeah, I
clerical
know.
stuff.
I'm just kidding.
So, how's everyone doing?
Pretty good.
Good. Thank God it's spring break. I can rest from school for a whole week.
Yes, we'll see if you actually make that level up.
We
David.
shall see.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
Never safe.
yeah.
All right.
Might get smitten by that 37. Who knows?
Yeah, we don't know if you have 37 coming to play yet. It might just be insta smoke.
Hey, mate, I'm well aware there's that 37 out there somewhere.
Oh, yes.
Is that the
And it's
37 of Damocles?
It's not $37, that's for sure.
You're not sure?
Oh no. Should have said that.
Do you know Damocles was just a judge?
No, I didn't know it.
Yeah, the whole sword of Damocles. He would rule over the proceedings, and he'd just have a sword above his bench. That's it.
Huh.
That's the whole sword of Damocles. And everyone's like, yeah, what happened if it fell on him? It'd be hilarious.
That would be hilarious. Not gonna lie. That would be freaking hilarious.
But yeah, everyone's like, the sword of Damocles shall fall upon you. Thinking it's this like holy righteous warrior. No, he's just a freaking judge.
Yeah.
I never knew that, and then I figured it out the other day. Sorry.
That's pretty good.
Random factoid of the day for you.
Oh, no worries.
Now my random
By
trivia
all
knowledge
means.
is expanded.
Let's see here. So, haven't really heard from KB
He's always
currently.
late.
However, given the nature of the situation, let's have a little bit of a recap. The last time, even though it was around about 2 weeks ago, a full solid fortnight, because of some complications last week. Again, I apologize. The group have made their way down into the mines, going after the 3 dwarves and the 1 halfling, discovering that underneath the vast amount of caverns and mine shafts underneath Respite is a new hive of the Thakreen slowly beginning to build underneath. It seemed that on further inspection that there was an elevator going down and encountering not only a new ally, but also a new set of enemies to encounter and take down. However, after a bit of ruckus and an attention calling from a particular hive lord and a second swarm of Zakreen, found the group turning back and some of which falling in the process.
Yeah.
The new ally, which is Dune, taking up their fallen ally and returning her to the top surface with the rest of the group, seemingly unable to return Olivia back to her normal state until possibly the next day. The group have finally found themselves falling asleep, or at least trying to, over the next coming night. Harry,
Yes.
your sleep ever slumbers, and deeply trying to grasp a hold of whatever rest you can after this harrowing experience. It's not the first time you've seen your friend fall, and especially not expire in this way. Uh, you go over the passing moments, trying to recollect what could have gone better, what could have been done right, only to feel the slumber take over. Hello, Katie.
Oh.
And you feel yourself slowly beginning to feel the weight not on your back, but now underneath your feet once more. You see in front of you a familiar doorway, large, almost 30-foot tall in height. The dark obsidian stone standing before you as you look back at a familiar set of ever-burning mountains rising and falling in a dark blackish flame.
Um,
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. I don't know how he missed
I
it.
guess I'll approach the door. Do I see any carvings or anything more detailed now that I'm close to it?
What languages do you know?
Great question. I know. Where should be down here? There it is. Common Dwarvish and Gnomish.
You do not recognize the languages that are carved upon the wall of this large door. You can see that there are scribblings and markings of unknown languages that you do not recognize. You take a moment to see if there's anything that you can
I
recognize
agree,
for a
but
moment, yet
let me see if I
most
can
of
pull up the whole
which
picture.
is undetailed or simply confusing. You do not recognize anything on this particular door, but you do recognize a multitude of languages that are being scratched or scraped along this stone-like surface.
Real quick, I'm just gonna take and see if I can find what would maybe be a word. Like, it looks like it has the proper spacing to be a word of a sentence, or like word from a sentence. And I am going to try to memorize the symbolism for it.
Okay,
Interesting.
go ahead and roll me a history check.
It's not popping up.
Okay.
Hmm.
You would know that a
Do a screen
vast
cap.
multitude of some of this language does seem to be elven in nature, but more of a different variant. It looks to be more darker in nature, more scratched
Um,
in,
Yeah, there's the whole
more
real,
jagged.
daisy picture.
real quick, what do you think I asked?
So
Sorry, what was that?
What do you think I asked?
Oh, I was trying to see if you were trying to recognize the language.
No. Again,
Okay,
I gonna just try to
gotcha.
take and memorize what seems like it might be a word of it because I
Okay.
basically want to keep it in mind so that maybe I can like wake up, write it down. Because there's no way I'm at the giant door. I went to
no,
sleep.
I like the other one better. So
You will be able
which the other
to
one came
take
from
one
an
of the words
AI.
that you can see,
I think it was
Yep.
Dolly.
I just want
and
to
you're
take
able
one
to
word.
memorize it for later on with that
Right.
history check.
And then once I have that word memorized, I'm just going to take and see if I push the doors if they open.
The moment your hand presses upon the stone, the door begins to slowly open in front of you. The deep thuming of the ever grinding rock slowly opening to a familiar throne room.
I'm going to enter in with and approach the throne.
You step inside, your footsteps giving a slight patter.
I'm surprised
with
he
the
hasn't made a
fur.
map of the city of Respite
However,
yet.
you do notice one thing different to the scene. Usually you would see a familiar face adorning her throne. However, currently the throne is empty.
And I'm trying to figure out what proficiency to either get or
The
gain
room
expertise in. It has to be a
silence,
wisdom
apart from
proficiency.
the gentle breeze that seems
I
to be
might expertise
filtering
in
in from
insight,
behind you now, due
assuming we
to
ever get
the
any
open doors that
interrogation.
you have left open.
Yeah, I'll probably
The
expertise
room
in
is
insight.
unmoving.
I'm going to check myself. Do I have
Thinking either
anything?
insight or
Am I
survival.
dressed differently? Just kind of checking over myself, I guess. What do I have? What don't I have? What should I have?
You have everything on your person that you would believe to have on your person.
Okay. I want to pull out the Raven's Feather.
The moment you pull out the raven's feather, you see it splinter and drift from your grasp. An adorning of multiple feathers shoot from the singular one, creating a fan that slowly forms a dome around you and slowly surrounding you in the darkness. The feathers slowly begin to dissipate, slowly fading into the shadows of the walls around you before feeling the presence of hands gently rising over your shoulders to turn you around to see a familiar, pale white masked face. Standing tall, almost towering over your form, the black robes and the constant hue of feathers adorning the shoulders.
Upon seeing her, I will bow my head a little bit.
I do not believe we have time for such delicacies, Mr. Harrington. Her form shifts slightly, passing by you, heading towards her throne once more. The words do not seem to come from her, yet seem to reverberate from around the entire room itself, as if omnipresent within the space. For you see, I believe your friend is on the grasp of eternity.
You are not wrong. I I keep thinking it's their time, but their time seems to never end. I I don't know if this is your doing, but you would never, assist in prevention.
I'm too angry to
She
die.
slowly tilts her head slightly, as if trying to recollect whether or not she did get involved. For slowly casting out her hand as if dismissing the words. I did not play a part in this, which is why I am curious. For you, Mr. Harrington, have already twisted the fates before, as has your company. Were you involved in this
Yeah, it's
situation?
the reborn session because last one fell through.
I was involved in the situation that should have been the stopping of the clock, but not the restarting.
Stopping of a clock does not matter
Wonk.
if you can unwind it. For it is the watchmaker that creates the watches to be unwinded for him to
Unwound.
unwind. But if a clockmaker should die, who should turn back the clock once more? Should it be an apprentice with ill-suited hands, or should it be another who can have the same power and experience of those hands? However, with the different mindset that it could change and alter the reality of what could already be. The twisting of the fine edges of fate are not to be tampered with, should they shred the whole compound of the story, Mr. Harrington.
Harry just has a stern look on his face. So I'm to blame for which I had no doing, but yet you say you had no effect on anything. Yet I sensed you. I could feel your presence. I could feel your aid. If it was my time to die as well, then why would you stop it?
One does not stop what is initially fate, Mr. Harrington. One does not stop a shadow rising
Quabwa.
from the precipice
Quabwa has
of
much
the
sweet
corpse that
food.
left itself in the mere presence of the sun. The mere factor is, at the end of the day, the dead stay dead, and the living stay living. Should the gates be overfilled, then who knows what might tamper with undeath.
At the end of the
It is
day,
not your fault, Mr. Harrington. Initially, it is mine for letting this come to pass. However, given the nature of fate, usually the intertwining leads to a certain snap. Should you bound a rope and constantly turn it, eventually either the rope will constantly grind itself into nothingness, or you will no longer be able to turn. I will allow your company to dance amongst these threads of fate for the time being. However, should I call upon a cost for these, I do hope that you do not hold back as you have.
Harry has like a slip look of puzzlement on his face before returning back to his expressionless face. What is it you ask?
I believe we agreed to terms before that a life for a life, yes.
But yet you do not wish me to alter or change the lives and or give them to you. Every
Then,
time that I feel you have wanted a life, I have given it.
then perhaps you should desire one for myself. For you see, I do know one individual that has become a thorn in my side nearby.
She's got 2 thumbs and won't die.
Then you shall have them.
Excellent. I am looking for an individual, a member of the Chain Bearers, a certain slave group, bandit camp, so to speak. A union of 5 vessels, once 5 pirate ships, now created into one union. This union, created by 5, now 4, after being slain by one of your own folk. If you perhaps remember a certain dragonborn.
In the Ice Caves.
Not in the outskirts. Attacking a certain native tribe nearby.
Yes. I remember feeling you there.
I am looking for Raywin, the last wing of the Everdawn.
Of the Everdawn?
Yes.
Does this
Everdawn's
ring any
probably
bells to me?
hyphenated.
Give me a history check. That was insight.
Wait, did I really click insight?
Oh.
Either way, it'd be a -1 then. So one less.
I'll allow you to reroll.
Okay.
Something else.
Not much better.
11. You do know the name. The Everdorn was the first ship that arrived to Essrena. And you are familiar with the original captain of the Everdorn. The captain of the Everdorn was Old Benin.
I think I know where to go to get information. And soon you have what you wish.
Sure, I will, Mr. Harrington. For the time being, I will turn my gaze away from any more of your company's revitalizing components. I understand that the wilds are dangerous. However, remember, you are twisting your rope.
I wouldn't expect you to bend or break any rules. That would be going against yourself, would it not?
Precisely, Mr. Harrington. Get to work. At which you feel the pulling of yourself pulled from the throne room out of the doors and pulled back, suddenly bolting from your bed once more, the air suddenly cold. You notice over towards Professor Adwin sleeping, the empty bed of where Olivia once rested. And in the corner of your eye, you can't help but notice 2 figures. sitting at the door, sitting at the window, should I say. See a snow white owl and a black raven.
Was Olivia in this bed when I went to sleep?
No.
Really quickly, I'm gonna write down, like, sketch out, I guess, because I don't know if I'd say write down, but I'm gonna make the symbol or like rewrite the symbols down for the words that I memorized.
Okay. You scribble them down, taking a look over towards the window once more, and the raven and the snow white owl have disappeared.
Thanks.
Daisy,
Yes.
you are alone in your room, I suppose.
Yeah, just writing in my diary the events that transpired.
You feel the slight warmth coming from the lantern nearby. Yet you see a flicker slightly, the change of the bright yellowish white light changing to a slight green for just a second.
I look over.
You see a familiar, younger, elven figure sitting at the bedside, holding what looks to be a pipe in his hands, just smiling.
Gandalf. I'm not
Thanks
dead
for the help
anymore.
back there.
I mean,
And I go back
technically, you
to
don't know
writing
that.
in my diary. That was a
Last you
rather
know,
close
I'm
call,
dead.
wouldn't you say?
Yes, I would definitely say. Very, very close indeed.
I'm not on Beden's table. I'm not
Do
in my
tell me,
bed.
what exactly were we doing down there again? Like the last time we
Oh,
encountered a mine,
they
didn't really
called
go
it the
so well.
mine.
And
No,
then
it
the second
didn't.
time, it happens again. What exactly were you
That's true.
thinking, Chuck?
That's
Just
true. Daisy doesn't have good
pulls
luck
from
in
the pipe,
mines.
smoke begins to billow out in a multitude of
We just
purplish
need to
and
stop
greenish
bringing
hue.
Daisy to mines. I
I
think
was thinking.
that's my takeaway.
I didn't want to go. I told him we shouldn't go. But
Oh,
then again,
bullcrap.
we had to go help and save the dwarves and the Minotaur, whatever they were. And see what that
Yeah,
got us. It almost got us all killed, and it killed Olivia again.
perhaps in the future, dear child, you and your company should be thinking of yourselves first. Resources in this place, being finite in this area, can be the difference between life and death. At the end of the day, if you go down there and you are spent, what's saving you from being bug food the next time?
Nom 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 nom
Nothing.
nom.
And that's the
Precisely.
problem. They can't
Exactly.
see that we are missing resources. They just feel untouchable. And hopefully they learn from what happened tonight. We are not gods. We can rely on our gods, but even if we go deep down to the den of hell itself, it's not guaranteed that you'll be able to help us. Hell, I could feel you trying to help me, but it wasn't enough. We barely got out of there. That barrack came in handy, yes, but had it not happened, who knows?
Perhaps in due time we will figure it out what exactly needs to be done. However, I believe for now we have someone who needs our help.
right. Who needs helping? Besides the Grovin Queen.
Well, clearly your friend, what was her name?
Oh,
Olivia?
Olive? Yes.
Yes. Not entirely sure what I can do, but I could take a look around, probably see if I can ask a favor.
Benin said he would deal with it, and we did tell him we would go get that card for him. Eventually, we have to help the people of Bochan, and we will also inevitably have to deal with Silas. But
Yes,
it
I
does not
agree
hurt
with
to
both
have
of
another
them.
option.
For the time being, I think staying with this group is the best option. Strength in numbers, as they say.
Indeed.
So, for the time being, if you don't mind opening that window, I'll take a look around and see what I can scurry up.
Daisy gets up and opens the window. Oh,
Uh,
before you go, how do you deal with impulsive children? You know, just because Olive is very impulsive.
you see him slowly begin to
How am I the
rise,
one to blame for this?
uh,
What did I
snuffing out
do?
his pipe,
I just tried
putting
to
it into his
save all their
pocket.
asses, and I succeeded.
Well, usually they learn by themselves. However, as you see him walking, you see him slowly beginning to shrink smaller and smaller. In my personal experience, I
The
have
first
come
time I died, not my
to
fault. Second time I
learn
died,
that
not my fault.
simply being nicer to people can change the aspect of things. Just simply getting along with each other and understanding each other's values and what you need to get done will mean that simply that you're beginning to understand how you get along with each other. As you see him slowly beginning to shrink down, fur begins to bristle as he turns into a bushy-tailed red squirrel, jumps up to your shoulder.
Very well,
Jumps off
still.
and disappears off into the shadows.
Crazed old man. And I close the window. I go back to my chair and sit down and continue writing.
Dune,
Yes.
it's the first time you've been in a civilized room for a hot minute.
Yeah, this is weird.
The walls around you seem a little too close, even though you have plenty of space. The sheets a little too hot. You can't help but realize that it's been a long time since you've had a unlimited source of water, as you come to realize that the corked bottles directly over a sink seem to have a ever-present amount of water residing within them.
Hmm.
The water is cool, it's refreshing. However, it is relatively uh, very out of your league.
This is all new to me. This is weird. I don't know how I feel about this. Excuse me, I was doing something. Um, as I do all that, I look the room some more, just look at the fancy things I've never had. And finally decided to hit the hay. And as I crawl into bed, I kind of sit there and think to myself for a minute. I've never tried this before, but um look, I don't this is I can't believe I'm doing this. I don't know if you're a thing or part of my subconscious or maybe just my emotions, but I'm very sorry for almost getting us killed. And I will promise to strive and do better from biting off more than I can chew. And I do want to thank you for saving me with your instincts and telling me what I needed to do. God, I really hope I'm not talking to myself. But then he just kind of feels dumb, and he just climbs in his bed and covers himself up and just tries to go to sleep.
As you slowly begin to drift off, I would like you to make me a wisdom save, please.
Okay.
You drift off to sleep, and for the first time in a long time, usually when you drift off, it's either harrowed nightmares or previous hunts or experiences that you usually end up jolting back awake from the mere brutality of the situation. However, tonight you seem to find a small sense of peace. For the first time in almost months, you have a dream. Walking through the deserts, dunes of where you come from, the ever-present bushes seem to rise and fall. The branch is dead, however, the fruit still adorns it. Tasteless, however, nourishing. You walk the path, seeing the ever-present beacon of dark smoke that you know to be the campsite. You enjoyed these moments alone, away from the pack, taking a moment to breathe in the air, which you know is not normal. You look over and see what looks to be a figure of sorts, quietly bounding along beside you behind the dark, dead bushes. The elongated snouts, the long, patch-like fur, bristled and wild. The dark tail rising and falling directly behind it as you hear the soft yippering and giggling of the beast that seems to reside, if not beside you, within you. You walk, taking a moment to see this creature next to you, looks over in your direction, seems to take a moment, and the eyes widen in recognition. It stops.
I reach my hand out to it to try and stroke the back of its neck.
Reach out, the hand rising towards it, only to hear a slight growl at first, before seeing the beast quickly turn away and disappear into the darkness.
Yeah, I would be upset at myself too. And I just stand up and I walk back to the fire and just reminisce.
You return to the campfire. You look around at the multiple tents, now empty, apart from one. The large, looming figure that stands at the very north point of the camp. The looming, almost 15-foot tall beast that you know. The eyes open, creating almost a crimson reflection in the ever-present firelight.
So you are a thing. Oh, hmm. Hi. I'm assuming you're the beast within me.
You say that, yes, you do recognize this figure.
Okay.
This is the leader of your pack.
Okay.
This is Carrick.
Can you spell that out for me real quick?
Sure.
Carrot. Carrot.
Sweet. Thank you very, very much.
Kidding, it's Carrick.
You see the teeth scattered more of the beast, the leader, which is Carrick, looming over you. Come back home, little top.
No. And for a reason, I'm not gonna come back. No.
It's my little up.
I'm gone. You can't control me no more. I won't let you use me.
Is that
You see the
Hyena's
claws
dry?
burst out, scattering the fire of the campsite towards you. The burning flames and the embers scattering your vision before you again burst from your bed. Light of the lantern flickering next to you. You are alone in your room once more.
Oh. Wipe my face off. Oh. I'm going to sit in bed for a few more minutes to calm and relax myself a little. And once I've relaxed and calmed down, I'm going to try and fall asleep once more and pray for better dreams.
You lean back after a moment or so. The fading presence of your sleep takes you once more. Professor, are you
Yes.
sleeping tonight?
Yes, I would think so, yes.
Very well. No other additional things to be done tonight?
No. Other than what we discussed, no. I got nothing.
Very well. Vannon,
Yes.
during your time in your room, you have your letter arrive. The fluttering of a dark black crow ever present in the letter, familiar to the one that you saw Professor Adwin get. The dark pages sealed with a familiar crest at the front.
I can't remember what to do to open it to read it.
This is the letter that you got from.
Yep.
Yes.
So yeah, I read it out.
You find the contents resting at the bottom.
Including the coin.
Yes.
I take that and hide that away.
Anything else you wish to do for the night?
Nope. I don't think so because we already talked about it before.
Very well.
That leaves one.
As the peak of the night comes to fruition, the moon hitting its center peak, the raven and the snow white owl drift off over to the frontiers of Guildhall, seemingly passing through the glass-like window and slowly filtering over to the body of what is Lady Flowers.
Let's
The
do this.
raven and the snow white owl both disappear in a hue of ghostly white, specter-like form, slowly going over the figure and corpse of Olivia. Olivia, standing before you is the great cliff that you saw once before, familiar to the southern side of Essrena, where you saw the coastal peaks and the ever-present waves crashing and flowing directly underneath you. However, directly underneath is not the jagged rocks or the ever-present stone. Instead is simply a whirlpool of voiding black water. Your items are on your person. You look back towards the greenish glade of grass that stands directly behind you and at your sides.
Yeah.
The moon is up at its center peak. And for this time being, you are alone.
I look back over the cliff. Oh, I wasn't expecting to see that. You figure when something tells you to take a leap, there's just a whole bunch of nothingness. Oh well. Then I'll look back at the glade. Wonder if the pack's over there.
I can assure you that it's not. A voice seems to echo out from your side.
I'm gonna spin around, see if I can find a source.
You turn to see a familiar snow white owl, however, standing almost 5 foot tall in height. The face seeming the same as the owl-like structure, however, the wings and the body now are covered in a veil of pure white, silk and satin. The figure seems to slowly move, the ever-present flowing silt flowing behind
Right.
her as
Hedge
she
peek.
moves towards you. Eyes black as night. The moment that you cast them out was the moment that they abandoned you. There is no going back.
Yeah, that's about right. Kind of par for the course. Oh well. At least you're a lot cuter than the dealer, though he's a fun character.
The dealer.
Oh, I thought all you
I'm,
spiritual people knew each other.
I'm familiar with the card dealer, yes. Although I wasn't familiar that he was yours or you were his for the time being. However, I do see potential in you, dear. Given that our time was short, I never got to see your true potential. However, it does seem that The next one will be your last.
Huh. Well, I mean, truth be told, I kind of figured the first one was my last, so thought I was on borrowed time.
Well, borrowed time can be everlasting depending on the clock.
Is that the whole clocks, broken clocks, right? At least twice a day thing?
What you do with clocks is none of my matter,
Oh,
but what you do with the ones that you seek, now that is what I've done. For you see, I sense a grand need from you. A grand need for vengeance.
yeah, you
A
could say
grand
that.
need for getting what needs coming to them. I know of a certain individual who have certainly gravid at your spite as of late, and he has become quite the ever-present meal on my table.
Who are we talking about?
I'm sure you're familiar with the name of Silas.
Oh, yeah, that little shit. Yeah, he's a slippery one.
I'm also familiar with the 4 individuals that you seek within this land. I can tell you that 3 are here. 1 is currently residing elsewhere,
I quickly
but
look
3 are
around.
within the lands.
Wait, where? They're here?
Within the lands of Essrena, yes, dear child, of course.
Ah,
Clearly not here, because, well, this is mine, and I wouldn't want such filth ruining my glade.
fair enough.
Now, I believe you and I can make a deal. For you are seeking retribution, and I am seeking a fulfilling meal. And yours is quite the bounty.
Are you guys are you gonna want a lot of blood like the other one did? Because I can do that. I'm good with that.
No, not blood.
Oh,
I
okay.
just want them. Send them on their way to the ever-present Vale, and I will claim them for myself. I will not give the details of their imminent devastation, but I will gladly say that the consequences of what they've done to you will be null and void.
Yeah, I definitely would like to. How do you put it? Send them on their way. That would be that'd be something to look forward to.
But first, I believe we have one that needs to be taken care of first.
Yeah.
Tell me, who is it that you trust the most?
Well, let's see. Aside from Roguish, that'd have to be Harry. Somehow. Man, how did I like that guy? I hated him.
The rabbit?
Yeah, the rabbit.
You trust your bounty with the rabbit.
I mean, he's kind of been there for me, you know?
You see her slowly begin to approach. You see what looks to be a wing, yet a hand, porcelain white, rises towards you, only to rest on your chest. Would you put your soul to that bounty of trust?
Well, it sure as hell isn't gonna be the professor. So yeah, I think I can do that.
Thanks.
You feel the slightest of pressure on your chest, yet only now realizing the back of your feet were on the very edge of the cliff. Spread your wings, Miss Olivia. Do not disappoint me.
I'll start to slowly raise my arms in a T pose.
You raise your arms, feeling the wind begin to fall underneath you. The cliff falls as you see the porcelain white owl raise her wings in unison to yours as you fall within the void.
I'll think to myself,
You're-
yeah, that's what I'm expecting. The
You
void.
fall for what seems to be almost a minute in time before feeling the coldness to your skin, the hardness behind your back, the darkness in front of your eyes, slowly beginning to filter in.
Just try and get a feel for my surroundings.
You look around, see a familiar office, a table that has been removed of its belongings, the quiet snoring of a gnomish figure in the corner that seems to be halfway through the makings of essentially salves or adornments that would be used to maintain a corpse to not let it decay further on. However, seems to be rather slumped over his desk, glasses off kilter, but quietly snoring away.
Was it Benin?
That is Benham.
Oh, I'm not in that cave. I'm not in the mine, so that's good. So I assume I'm in his office.
You are.
Okay. Kind of look for a window, kind of figure out about what time it is.
Looking out the window, you can see it is maybe just a little after midnight. Maybe a couple 20, 30 minutes after.
Not wanting to disturb Benin, I'll slowly get up and then misty step outside.
A burst of ghostly white veil shoots from your figure, reappearing outside.
Hmm.
You do notice that most of the buildings are completely closed and dark. The only one that seems to be reasonably still open is the Lonely Sonnet. But even then, it seems that very little patrons are still there.
All right. Let's. I'm gonna find a corner outside the Lonely Sonnet and just kind of sit up against the wall, try and have my back up against the wall, and probably sit there for the night. Just like back home.
You sit there for a moment, only for maybe an hour to pass before a figure seems to come over to you. The shadow comes up, and in front of you is a familiar dove white Kenku. wearing a pale white dress, gives a smile towards you, brings out what looks to be a small silken blanket, just wraps it over you, gives a wink, then returns back to the Frontiers Mining Company.
I'll give a understanding nod. As she does that. Still feel a little weird, but just sit there.
Give me a Constitution saving throw, please, with advantage.
26.
Never mind. You are not affected by the cold. You find the warmth in the blankets and a little bit of a presence, allowing you to get through the nights a little rougher than normal.
Yep.
Everyone wakes up. Morning comes. You get your long rest.
-3, right?
Hey.
-3 for
Okay.
today's day, Olive, I guess.
Perfect.
So, we've had some personal things done. However, as a group, is there anyone wishing to do some stuff? Because if you look inside of your journals, Freya's shop is now officially updated.
Oh yeah, I was gonna ask if that was gonna happen.
Some things might be missing, some things might be new.
Nice.
Oh, I need to put the price for that breastplate real quick.
I love the hat of vermin.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like a good time, honestly.
Look at it. It's nasty. It's not really nasty. It's
Cast
just
off
it's super
breastplate.
fun.
There we go.
Okay.
That's a pretty good price for +1, isn't it? The Mastercraft studded leather with the +1 to AC for 300 gold.
That's
Oh,
pretty good.
That's pretty reasonable.
And double check that price for the class of armor real quick.
I just assumed magical armor was like ridiculously expensive. In fifth edition.
Mastercraft isn't magical.
Oh, so it's
Mastercraft is
just
just a
okay.
master made it. So
Yeah,
it is in higher quality.
Yeah, it's just a +1 to AC.
Yeah. Defense from magic, then essentially just for armor.
So, first price is so I need to change that real quick to there we go.
Yeah, that looks more right.
Yeah, that seems a bit more right. Yeah, I was like, wait a minute. I'm sure breastplate is a bit more expensive than 120.
I
Yeah,
didn't understand.
I'm like,
man.
wait, I'm paying 400 for this?
Wait, we were gonna say that.
Oh, good. There we go. However, if the group, if their party funds are wishing it to take a look into Freya's shop, you are free to do so.
Daisy will ask the party for 100 gold that she needs to buy a breastplate. So she's more sneaky.
I don't have anything gold, so I can't offer. But
Well, not 100 for everyone. Where wants to loan me some?
Well, I would, but I need to replace the battle axe that I kind of left in the mine.
Kind of saving my gold for something. Apologies.
is the plate here? Like, is there a chest plate here? Like, for what you're looking for?
The breastplate. Cast off.
No, not the cast off. A simple breastplate.
Is it in stock? Like right now?
Yes, dear. Breastplate is available.
Yes, me and good old Freya had a discussion before you guys walked in.
Yes, I did see that the breastplate will be 400 gold, but she was willing to let go of her armor for a little bit of change. Were you looking for the cast-off one? No, it just came in.
No, I was just looking for a normal one.
Okay. Welcome, all of you. Good to see that you're still up. Olive! Up on your feet, it seems.
So it seems.
Yeah, like how are you alive? Bennett said you wouldn't be alive for a bit.
Yeah. I guess that's still under debate, isn't it?
Fine by me, I guess.
But at least you're up and walking and talking.
If we don't have to abandon anything, that's fine by me.
I'll give Daisy 200 gold. And tell her, get some healing potions. And see if they can get, see who can do some gilding. I may need that.
Alright.
But I need to go sit down.
Alright. I walk over and put the bag. 4 healing potions, please, for Olive. And he also asked if you know anyone who can do some gilding for her.
Sorry, just out of curiosity, how many healing potions were you wanting with that?
3.
All 3 of those healing potions. Gotcha.
I
All
thought you
right.
needed money for your breastplate, Dink.
Oh, well, he said some healing potions.
All right,
Two
I was
healing
giving you
potions.
money for your breastplate and get some healing potions.
Okay. Okay.
That was
So
Daisy being Daisy. Yeah, so
let's
Daisy will get 2 healing potions and then take off her armor, give her armor in, give the rest of the 300 that she, well, 250, which would be 300 and the 100, and there we go, 400.
yes. So, all right. Anyone else? So I can start gathering up how much I actually need to get here.
Mm-mm.
Start bringing out her booklet. Just the blessed plate and potions, or was there anything else you needed, dears?
That's it for me.
Well, wait, what do you? I'm gonna pull out the 2 double-edged spears from the bag of holding. How much can you knock something off the breastplate for these well-crafted double-edged spears?
You brought me some of those in before.
Yes.
Yes. Well, they did sell quite quickly, so let me.
You know, the people know craftsmanship when they see it.
Technically, I sold it to a giant for a toothpick, but yes.
Mm. Hmm. All right.
Delightful fellow by the name of Bob.
Sounds like a swell guy.
Oh, a lot of Bobs are great people, you know.
Never met many.
Was quite nice. Met him a couple of days ago. Started heading out to the south.
I'm going to head back in and give Daisy another 40 gold. Get me the hat.
All right.
As Olive walks out, Dune's gonna yell at her. You held yourself well in that fight.
Yeah, not well enough. And I'll walk out.
Oh, Freya, Olive wants the hat as well. I'm gonna put the 40 gold.
The hat, right? And she'll reach over, pulling out what looks to be a very simple but very raggedy looking hat. So that's 40 gold pieces. Got it. So crossing that off. Then you wanted 2 of the healing potion. That's 100 gold. Taking the chain for 50. You wanted to sell these spears?
Yeah, yeah. Or just
Okay.
take it off what you're charging Daisy here.
Well, I can take off around. You said 2 of these spears, yes?
Yes.
I can take 30 off for these spears.
Okay, that's fair. Not gonna haggle that. So Daisy
You can
keeps 30 gold.
certainly try to haggle.
No, I mean that's a good price for those.
Yeah,
two.
your haggler left.
Yeah, Daisy just saved 30 gold.
Thanks, Professor.
Yes.
Okay, so taking breastplate, there you go. Just goes to the back, brings out what looks to be a more decent looking breastplate that's freshly been shipped in, places it down on the counter. Anything else?
Do you happen to have just a battle axe? We'll just get the job done. Nothing fancy.
Yeah, yes, of course we got some battle axes, dear. I don't think I've met you yet.
I'm Dune. I'm new around here. Just got here
Dune,
yesterday.
like sand dune.
Yes.
Huh, interesting name. My
Yes.
name is Freya. Pleasure to meet you. Welcome to my general store. I usually have plenty of things, but I'm also dabbling in the arcane once in a while.
Mm-hmm.
So we get the constant flow of merchandise coming from Windspear, so please do take a look, and if you have the coin, by all means purchase any of my wares. Uh, if you're looking for, you said a battle axe or a great axe, dear boy?
Just a battle axe. Nothing fancy.
Just a battle axe will cost you 10 gold pieces.
I'll take one then.
Excellent. She'll just go over, just like pick up the battle axe and struggle slightly for a moment, just waddle on over around the counter, place it to the side next to you.
I'll grab and pick up one hand, test it, see how it is.
Pretty
That'll
weighted.
work. I'll just put the 10 gold pieces on the table and just put it on a strap in my bag just to have it there.
Daisy walks out and
Anything?
hands Olive her merchandise. Here's your 2 potions and your hat.
Ah, Professor, I got that thing that you were wanting. She'll go and
Oh,
push over
excellent.
the wrapped over piece of cloth, more rounded looking object within the cloth itself.
Very much
You feel
appreciate.
a very solid ball inside, and you can see a string like fuse at the top.
I will take it, put it in my pack, and yeah, I will get you some notes on this as soon as possible.
Please do. It might be a little interesting to experiment on them further. If results go well, I might be able to make a more destructive variant, or perhaps something a bit more compact.
Excellent.
Now, I do have plenty of other things. If you are needing them, plenty of scrolls, uh, armor, bolts. I do have some arrows, dear Harry.
Well, there you go.
Of that walloping ammunition that you saw last time. I did make sure to create quite a few of them.
How much for a quiver of arrows?
A quiver of arrows, I believe, is. Oh, 1 moment. I believe it's around about 2 gold pieces, but give me a second here. Ah, goodness me. Business of all days, yes. So that will be a total of 1 gold piece for your quiver.
I will definitely
Send them
take
to
you up on
arrows.
that. What new items do you have in? Like, that might be a bit more power.
Well, what do you mean, my dear?
I mean, sure, these arrows are going to be powerful in their own way, but any new trinkets, any hot items, if you will.
Well, I'd say the elven chain usually goes quite quickly. The mafta studded leather as well. Most of the water farers usually enjoy having a set of marineer's armor on them once in a while, given the nature of the fact that they can get back onto the ocean surface. Uh, Apart from that, there really hasn't been much business as of late. Of course, the healing potions have been making quite the demand on having them come in, although quite a lot of people have been requesting them as of late, including yourselves. I would say that the scrolls do pack a punch. They aren't exactly, well, they do take time to use in comparison to the potions, but they can be stronger. Either
Okay.
way, I believe it's for personal preference. If you're wanting me to perhaps order something in, I could maybe take a look into it. What are you looking for, my dear?
There's nothing specifically I'm looking for, just, seeing what maybe catch my interest. I'm trying to save up for some custom items that I'm going to be making that I need the raw materials for.
Ah, I see, of course. Well, to all of you, by all means, come on back. Um, if you have business here, my door's always open, mostly.
Oh, before I forget, in case I don't get a chance later, I'm gonna dig into my pocket and pull out 2 envelopes. 2 letters to mail out the next time you can. I'll put them on the
Oh,
counter and then put 2 gold on
of
top.
course, yes. It will be again 2 gold for the transport.
Of course. Put 2
Sure.
gold down.
Thank you very much. Any more letters now that I have that particular attention? No?
So I
Excellent.
say, I'm good.
Oh, good. Well, good luck to you all. I'll keep a hold of the merchandise as long as I can, but business is business, so if there is something that catches your eye, make sure to catch it quickly. Anything else anyone wishes to do within the shop? Otherwise, you guys are free to move around as you wish during your downtime.
Okay.
I'll be heading back to
So,
the tavern and just sitting at one of the tables.
mhm.
I'm going to do what I was doing, going to the temple. Is every other day.
All right, look, I
Okay.
forgot to take it out this
So
time.
anything that
I'm
was
back
not
now.
discussed within message, anything else anyone wishes to do before we end the downtime?
I really got nothing. Just like bum around town. Like nothing of
Mhm.
note, I guess.
What are you wishing to look into, Professor?
Me, no, nothing. Like I said, I
Oh,
have nothing. Like just like basically just hang around town, do
okay.
whatever.
So on the 6th day of downtime,
Yeah, yours
uh,
and Rave and
those who
Rogue
have
and
leveled up,
Polas
go
did
ahead
as
and do
well.
so.
Somebody level up?
However, Daisy leveled up to level 5, I believe, and I
Oh,
think
that
you
was
already got
Daisy.
that was this
yours.
Yes.
time? Oh, okay. Oh yeah, it is, isn't it? Congratulations.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I believe you already rolled your health die, correct?
Yes, I rolled a 2, sadly.
Yes.
Well,
So,
better than one.
Oh, I would have preferred the one. I would have re-rolled.
Oh yeah.
Probably just to get it too. That happened before from my level 3 to level 4. So
Okay.
On the 6th day,
Oh, I'm sorry, Rob.
flowers. Yes.
Oh wait, no, yeah, no, I'm 6th day. Yep. Go ahead.
Yes. On the 6th day, Flowers and Harry will get their message from the HDM battalion requesting that they come to the docks on the 7th day due to a pressing matter that needs to be tended to.
Yep. On day 6, then I'll try and try to find Harry and try and convince him to make our way to the docks.
Yeah, I'd be doing the same.
Okay. Are you bringing the others, or is it just you two?
Did any of them join the HDM?
We don't know yet.
No. From your knowledge, none of the others joined the HDM.
Okay, then no. Why would I? Like it was a request for us, or at least for me. That's the only one I know. I don't. Well, did the message come together or was it individual?
So Harry got the message from Tara,
Yeah, right. Mine said the same thing. It's ready on the
and
15th. Thanks. It is the
Olive got
15th.
the message from Rogish.
So yeah, I'd be looking for Olive. Once I found him, I'd be like, "Hey, I was given a message that we need to go." And
Yeah.
so
I'll look around. Is anyone else from the group nearby?
This time of the day, I'd say most of the group are gathered together.
All right. We're gonna go to the docks. Talk to our crew from the
have
HDM
fun.
if you need us.
Okay.
Daisy's just reading a book.
Walk out.
Okay. Both of you make your way out, seeing no signs of the cricket currently, as the ship is going to arrive on the 7th day. However, as you arrive at the docks, you do see a familiar hooded individual standing at attention, seemingly waiting for you both.
Before we get up, can I kind of give him a once over? Up.
The hooded individual?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You recognize the darker copper and bronze cloak that adorns the back, the darker brown and black leathers, and the darker hood that covers his greenish and bluish face.
Does he look like a jerk?
I mean, you've known him to be a bit of a jerk once in a while.
All right. I'll let out a slight sigh as we start making our way up.
You both approach as you see a familiar goblin individual slowly pull back the hood enough to recognize the familiar face of Rogish.
Good morning.
So, you both got the message. Great to see you both.
Likewise.
nice to see you as well.
Good morning, sir.
So, I'm gonna get it right into it. Because I'm not happy. Like, not happy at all. Given the situation, usually I would not get involved in this. However, kind of pissed off. You see, from my understanding, we had a deal with a certain individual within the crew to not get involved with future affairs. I believe both you are familiar by the name of Hob.
heard that name. Yeah.
Sounds about right.
Both of you would have recognized the name out of recognition within the guild or the faction.
Oh no, Olive definitely knows who it is.
Uh,
Yeah.
yes.
I'm being nonchalant about it, sir.
Well, I understand that, but business is business. Now, the deal is, usually we won't get involved with Hob and his little fire Phoenix Lord situation. However, the little fucker took the cricket Mach 1, which is an issue because that cannon is very, very volatile. And it's also our property, which means that if bad things happen, we're responsible for it. Kind of getting the idea here, both of you.
Oh yeah.
Basically, if bad word gets out about Hob and this particular piece of machinery, we can't pay you no more.
We're getting paid.
I am.
I mean,
Yes, you're getting paid.
how much you getting paid?
Don't worry about it.
You're not getting paid. Is Tobin not paying you? I need to talk to that dwarf. Anyways,
Is this
so
why you have money?
That's why I have money. Yeah. This is why I signed up. I get a paycheck.
anyways,
Anyway.
you probably need to talk to Tobin about that. The situation is we need Hob and the cricket Mach 1 to disappear. Essentially. Like completely
Oh,
disappear.
wait a
Gone.
minute.
Erased.
I,
Kaputs.
I can blow
Done.
something up.
Yes, if you want to blow it up, although technically the cannon is resistant to fire, and so are the people who are resistant to fire because they praise this Phoenix person.
I'm sure I can mess with the inside of the cannon. I don't need to blow it up from the outside.
Well, by all means, go ahead. But
And you know what? I'll get
this is the
creative.
situation. From my understanding, he took quite a few of other members of crews that were unhappy with the situation within Windspear, along with a giant, from what I hear, by the name of Bob.
Oh, not Bob.
Oh, you're familiar with Bob?
Yeah, he was stupid, but he's, kind of adorable stupid,
You've met Bob?
I've heard about him.
Oh, well, apparently he's not exactly the nicest of people. Anyways, it seems that around about 20 or so of these goblins following Gob at this point, and Bob is kind of in on the job as well. So, if you can take care of Hob, and you can take care of Bob, and you can take care of the cannon, the rest of the goblins are probably going to scatter out.
Rob, Bob, and the Gobs. That's our job, huh?
No, it was Hob,
Hob.
Bob,
Rob.
and the gobs.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, I know that your company, your particular group has certain means of being destructive. So I thought it'd be a great opportunity for you guys to be destructive. Out of the way, out of civilization, and maybe get a little bit of reward out of it.
I'll
Might
try
even
not to be destructive on
consider
yourself this
renting.
time.
Well, yeah, that's a good idea.
I'm never
Sorry.
destructive on myself. I make sure of that.
Well, if you guys can do this for me, I can officially rank you up within the confines of the HDM. If you want your friends to get involved with like the other factions, I could probably bring some of the reps over from Windspear. Have them come say hello.
there a time frame? I might be curious. Like not on like when to get this done, like when the reps would be coming, because Windspear's, a bit of a travel.
I could probably go there now and probably bring them back by tomorrow.
Oh, I don't know if anybody wants to join any of them, but I'll pass the word around.
I mean, I think I feel a lot of our members are a bit large, so unless you're breaking rules for us, I feel like most of them probably.
He's talking about other
Wait,
factions,
hold
Bunny.
on. There are other factions apart from us.
What do
Mr.
you
Ham.
mean? It's just us. We're the best.
No,
Come
we're the
on.
best, but that doesn't mean there aren't others.
How'd you join second best?
People aren't as smart as we are,
Or they're not as small.
or not as small. Yeah,
We're small and smart.
exactly.
Anyways, I'll go ahead and have the crew bring me back some of the reps. What, just out of curiosity, should I bring all of them or should I just bring a certain few?
Might as well bring them all. Can't be too careful, right?
I mean,
Gotcha.
bring them all, but if it's gonna cost you, or as it seems like it's important to the faction to get them here, we should probably talk with them and then maybe get a message back to you about who's interested in what.
That could work as well. You got a means of communicating with me?
Not easily. I mean, I could fire arrows in the air, and if you see them, you'll get the message. But I don't think that's a reliable source.
I don't think that's a reliable source either, given the fact that I've probably been at Windspear by the time you shoot that arrow. And usually Windspear is like a proper 4-day travel.
I mean, we're a whole faction. Don't we have any way of communication, non-person, not on person?
I do believe some of us have the capabilities of sending certain messages, yes.
Oh, so, so that's like magic though. What
Yeah.
What's your
about
problem? Don't get your tail in a bunch.
I'm it's not trying to get to but we just have no way of communication for non-magic users,
We have our ways.
such as
We give messages to people. I mean, how do you think I communicate with Roguish all the time?
Technically, it's a one-way street in the matter, but yes, there is some sort of communication between us.
I'm gonna pretend I
Anyways,
don't know what you mean by that.
yes, of course. Now, both of you, I would recommend this be discreet, mainly because of the fact that if the other factions realize that we might have let go of a very dangerous weapon, could have really messed up our reputation.
It's not let go of, it's misinterpreted.
Right, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, I gotta get back since I need to get some representatives. Oh boy, I have to deal with him
Thanks,
again.
Roguish.
Yes, anytime, anytime.
Yeah.
Just starts making his way back onto the cricket.
hey, have you seen where's Torvin at? I need to have a word.
Tobin? Yeah,
Yeah.
I can bring Tobin now. Give me one more.
Yeah.
Roguish disappears. Almost 2 or so minutes later, you see a familiar face. The paler skin, the dark and black and white hair, bustled back, face covered in grease and charcoal, but will look over to you.
Ah, Harry, good to see you.
Good to see you, Tobin. How's the forges?
They burn.
Ew. So I I've just been informed that apparently there's some type of salary for this mission.
Just stares at you blankly for a moment.
Where do you think your material came from?
The materials that I bought with my own money and or scavenged.
Materials on the boat during training. Material not cheap, Harry. You should know that.
I mean, I did
But
buy some, and it's not as expensive as I would believe.
are you needing funds, Harry?
I am working on a new upgrade to be
Are
more
you
effective.
eating well, Harry? Tara is asking about you.
Of course she is. That is Tara. So, um, I am eating as well as I possibly could be for someone with no funds.
Then are you needing funds, Harry?
I have some. You're saying the
I nudge
materials
Harry in the
are.
back in the small of the back.
You're saying that the materials though are covered, right?
I nudge
So I
Harry
could
again in the
have.
small of the back a little harder.
I need materials. That's what I need.
You can ask your parents for money.
Not asking for the pay that I have for being here. Just materials, apparently. Would you rather me ask you for an allowance then, since you're the one getting paid?
I'm not going to give you
Tobin's
money.
just gonna look at you both at this point.
How much does he need?
Well, doesn't know because it's my project that I've
Yeah,
been
I don't
working
know.
on.
He doesn't tell me anything. I think I even offered to buy him
Oh,
stuff.
Just reaches into his bag,
No.
pulls out a coin pouch.
I
Oh,
put
hold it.
Harry
You
brings
said
his
about
hands up and I
materials.
start putting his hands down. No, it's fine.
Tobin's just gonna blink at the clear, like pulling down of Harry's hands. Just slowly rest the coin purse in his palm.
Don't use it in one place. Look after yourself.
I'll reach out for it,
I,
grab it, and slowly hand it to Harry. Put it in his hand, close his hand around it, tap it. See, that wasn't so hard.
okay.
Does Torben look injured or anything?
Sorry, what was that?
Does Torben look injured or anything?
Give me a medicine check.
Wait. Did we roll? Holy cow, that was delayed. Okay.
You've seen your fair amount of wounds in personal experience. He looks like he's got a few bruises here and there, around the face area, but apart from that, there doesn't seem to be any bleeding or scars or anything like that.
But do those look recent? Like they were, you know, gotten in a
Reasonably
second level of a
recent.
mine chat of a mine? Okay.
They look like they've been in a recent tussle in the last few days. Yeah.
Can I give him back his mangled drill?
He will look down as you bring out the broken half of the drill, just like,
I was looking for that.
I was looking for you, so this is all I
Oh.
found.
Alright, yeah. Thought it'd be a good idea, you know, test it out in a place that we thought would be secure. Average a few drinks, sing a few songs, drill a bit more, sing songs, drink, drill. Then there was a big boom, and we fell.
Hey, you watch out for that bard. He's not to be trusted.
Well, He knocked his head out quite clean. Had to drag him through the tunnels for a hot minute. Got down maybe 1 or 2 elevators, can't really remember. Then all I remember is just punching the ever-living crap out of some bugs. There were 2 other people there. Don't remember the names, but they were cool. They were cool. Why? What happened?
Well,
Glad you got
Olive
out.
died.
We get out.
I said,
I mean,
glad you got out.
well, one of them had a stone that allowed us to come back. We just had to wait a while. Like, someone put some energy into the stone, and then the stone brought us back up top.
Glad you got out. I'm keeping his loot, and
Yes,
I'll turn around and walk away a little bit, giving them some room.
no.
So
Hurry.
how's so
Yes.
I need to know because you know how's Tara doing? Is Tara eating well? Is Tara safe? Not
Tara's
taking her to the mines with you.
great. She's starting her own forge in Windspear for the time being. Laying our roots there with the faction. She is keeping up the tabs. She asks about you a lot.
Doing my best to stay as safe and as far away from danger as possible.
Good.
And, like Harry realizes he still has like the coin bag in his hand, and hopefully this will make that even easier.
Yes. Again, do not spend it one place.
Try not. Well, can you let Tara know that everything's okay? We're still going strong. We're even about to start possibly on a new mission that I think would make her proud.
Go after Cannon.
You cut out
Molly.
there.
Cannon.
Ah, okay. I kind of pieced it together. Yeah. Because after all, it's your cannon, and you should have it because it's your cannon.
No. Destroy it. Get rid of it. Bad copy. Like the new one better.
At which you hear the sudden blast of the cannon. The ship rises up, kilter, and then sloshes back down into the water next to you, creating a slight wave of water that crashes against your side.
How do you get the range on that? Out of curiosity.
What?
How do you get the range on it? It shoots pretty far, right?
Your velocity. Higher power means higher outcome. More dangerous, however. Hence why I made the ejector seat on it. Anyways, need to get back to business.
It was nice seeing you. Glad you're safe.
Yes. Eat well. Get bigger. You're still skinny.
And I don't want to get too big. Part of a faction.
Just looks at you, looks down at his more rotund and stocky self, shrugs his shoulders, and starts making his way up the gangplank.
I'm bored. I just thought to myself, what happens if I get over 5 feet wide? Then what? Do I get kicked out?
It says height.
But
height doesn't matter.
whenever I fall over, that'll be my height, wouldn't it?
gonna shoot you myself.
You can try, but I'm all the way over here.
So you head back, I suppose.
Yeah. How much was in the pouch?
Checking the pouch, you can see that there is 5 platinum pieces and 50 gold pieces.
Okay.
Quick $100, not bad.
Basic. So 5 and 50.
So, what are you guys doing? You guys are still at the tavern. Anyone wishing to prepare anything on the 6th day?
I would like to go talk to Bannon.
Van?
Bannon. I believe you
Benin.
said? Bannon. Sorry,
Oh,
old Bannon.
Benin, right. Sure. Ben is in his office, looking partially confused and a little shocked of the situation. Slight hint of panic to his voice as you come into the office.
Oh, Harry, she's missing.
Who's missing?
Flowers, she's gone. I woke this morning, and her body was not here. I've been looking for her all
it's okay.
over.
She's fine. She's fine. We were hanging out.
What do
We went and saw. We went and saw some people. It's okay. Everything's fine.
What do you mean you saw some people? There was no way of getting her back. Well, you,
So that wasn't you?
no,
Well, she's alive. So hey, good job.
I still have the scroll.
And he just like points over towards what looks to be a very ornate looking scroll currently sitting on his desk.
Oh. Well,
What do I do with this? I wasn't supposed to have this. It was supposed to be for her, but I'm very confused.
You
Uh,
just see his hands just like grasping onto his head at this point.
it's okay. She's alive. That's all that matters, right? That's what was important. That was the goal.
Oh, I don't know at this point. This is getting very ridiculous. Honestly,
No. Hold on. What was the scroll gonna do?
It was going to return her from the dead, and
She's
she's clearly
from the
not here.
dead. So good job. You did it.
What?
Again, he looks very confused.
I kind of give him like kind of like approach him, like kind of like give him a like background. Don't worry, man. You did great. You did a really good job. Flowers is okay. It's all good.
Is my memory fading on me? Did I actually do it, but not? No, it's not possible. Otherwise, I would have had access.
I mean, it's possible, but how about this? Why don't we give you a memory check then? Like, why don't we check see if you remember some stuff?
Okay. I
Okay.
was
No.
working on
I'm gonna ask you a question because you can't just say what you know now because that's not gonna recall anything.
Right.
So, what ship did you use to captain?
Ignore that, my bad.
Oh, that's so slick.
Roll me a persuasion check, please. With advantage because of how fucking flustered he is right now.
Yep.
He like looks around confused for a moment, just like
What? Sorry. What was that? I don't.
I had read in some books that you used to be a captain of some sort.
you take a moment and you see the eyes begin to take more cautious stand at this point.
Yes, I believe I was. What of it? I don't believe that pertains to the situation, Harry.
No, remember
The situation right now is.
we're testing your memory, and it seems if it was important enough to be written into books, then you should remember it, right?
Well, yes, of course.
So
course.
What was the ship?
It was the Abaddon.
Okay. See, okay. So you got some memory. Were you captain? Were you crew? Well, I actually just said you were captain, so that's an unfair question. Okay. How was the crew that worked on you?
It was good. They were fine until we docked. Then some of them went their own way. Others stuck around for a while.
Okay.
Uh,
Who hung around?
um, Freya was one. My wife, Lucille. Apart from that, few others here and there. Calliope, Juniper, Valen, Victor, Vianor, Christianian. And he's just gonna start listing off different names that you've never heard before.
Okay. After a point, I'd say, okay, so it seems like memory is doing pretty solid. One more test, just to make sure. So if those are the ones who stayed, who left?
Oh, well, in the first few days, it seemed that a smaller crew decided to scour or explore towards the north. A matter of maybe 3 or 4 individuals, led by a high elven man by the name of Raven.
You said that name with like a bit of disgust. Did Raywin like did he mutiny or something?
In
Sounded
many
very
instances, yes, he tried to kill me.
oh wow.
He was my first mate of the situation. He did not approve of what I was trying to make of Respite or Windspear, and decided to try and take over as a means of power, seeing as many of the others have decided to join in our little frontier of finding this new land. When more ships began to gather, he decided to take over, seeing that a small gnome such as myself didn't deserve the leadership, it seems, and, well, he
He
failed,
was clearly wrong. Like obviously.
clearly. Either way,
Benin?
he and his
Doesn't sound like
associates
Benin.
made his way up north, and I have yet to see him since.
He may have changed Benin's voice.
Again, I'm not entirely sure why this pertains to Miss Lady Flowers.
Remember,
Was
like,
she involved
see,
with
I
Raven by
keep
chance?
I keep thinking your memory's good, but then you forget why we're discussing your memory. So it makes me want to keep asking questions to make sure, because I'm trying to make sure you're okay. Because Flowers is fine, and that was the whole point of this, was that Flowers was fine,
Do you mean
and you must
Flowers
have
is
done a good.
fine? She is clearly not here. What do you mean? She clearly did not just walk away from my table. She was dead.
She did. She walked. She's very much alive. We talked to our superiors this morning. We both got messages. We both received the message.
At this point, Benin just walks out of the office and starts making his way down the stairs.
I'm gonna follow.
I will not accept this until I see it with my own eyes. This is not acceptable.
And he will just start marching his way out
I was
the
about to say
doors.
he's probably headed to the Three Sonnets or Lonely Sonnet, which is where I'm at.
I continue to follow him.
Okay. He is marching with intent as he pushes through the doors. You're all having a decent meal, just gathering up once more as the doors are kicked open, displaying the tiny small gnome just looking over, scanning the room before locking onto Flowers.
You, how are you alive?
I close my book before Olive can respond and say, I think it's divine intervention, Benin.
That is not how it works.
Well,
Divine intervention does not work that way. It's It's inexplainable.
I
Well,
don't know. A
she's
little
right
squirrel told
there.
me otherwise.
I'm gonna get up
You talk to a squirrel.
and slowly walk over to Benin.
I talk to animals. Have you
Well,
forgotten?
you stay there. Stay right there. I don't know.
I'll keep walking closer to Benin.
Gonna give us
Stop.
a bit of heart.
You're scaring the poor man. Stop.
I used thaumaturgy
You-
to make the lighting behind Olive much more ominous.
Dude, just like
you see
covers his
him
face.
reaching into his pocket for something.
I'll put one hand on his shoulder.
You need me to. I need you to make me a Constitution saving throw, please.
Do I recognize what he's doing?
Are you
And I'm
familiar
next to
with
him
the
as well.
arcane?
So,
Nah, not arcane. If it was clerical, I would, but it's not arcane. Sad.
It's not disease or poison, right?
It is not.
1 second. Okay. Yeah, 13.
Okay. You are immediately blasted 10 feet away from him and are knocked prone. All tables and chairs are immediately blasted back within 15 feet of him as he looks around at you all, very
Am-
worried, eyes wide, like
As soon
still
as-
grasping onto something at his belt side.
As soon as
am
he,
I blasted as well?
I'm gonna Misty Step behind him. And whisper
Yeah,
and
Dune.
say, Benin, it's me. And I'll try to hold my hand out for him to grab.
Dune's eyes
Uh,
just ready for a fight.
You, as you turn around, Harry, seeing Olive reappear behind him in a mist of ghostly-like aura, you see what seems to be a small pendant resting within Benin's grasp, and you can see what seems to be a collective aura of dark green energy that begins to rise and build within his palm and is now beginning to rise and solidify at the tip of his finger, pointing towards
I cast Sanctuary on
Alice.
Olive.
Hmm.
As you cast Sanctuary, the eyes begin to slowly recollect once more, seeing flowers. He will lower the guard, lower the finger as the ever-present energy at the start of his finger slowly begins to fade.
I'm gonna keep my hand held out.
Lower the hand. Flowers, if you do not mind.
No. Let me have your hand.
I'd rather take a moment to recollect
please.
myself.
Please do what the kind lady asks.
I understand that, but I'm also not used to dead things coming back up from my table without my recollection.
Well, it has happened.
Well, I told you, divine intervention. A small squirrel told me.
But I
Kind of
told
like-
you it doesn't work like
yes.
that.
I don't
Well-
know. Gods are mysterious, my friend.
Yes.
You don't have to listen to them. I understand. I'll leave my hand here waiting. I have time.
You see him look
This isn't
towards
an
the
illusion.
hand,
It's
just reach out slightly, taking it.
As soon as he grabs it, I'm gonna twist my hand around his wrist and put his hand up against my chest.
You
And just hold
pull,
it
and
there.
he's pretty much like on his tiptoes at that point.
Yeah, I'll lean into him if needed.
He will take a moment to recollect as it feel.
It
it's
is
top of the field.
faint, but you're there.
Yeah. I'm here.
Um,
Trust me. I don't
It
know how
is
either,
very
but I'm here.
puzzling situation and very, very unexpected because I spent a fair amount of money getting that fucking skull.
Well,
Well,
now
just
you
think,
have it in case you need it.
Yes, I
or
do.
Bannon, on top of that, you now have spent money to get a scroll that was hard to get into a city area or like a smaller city area where that scroll is extremely hard to get and probably sell for a nice comfy upcharge.
I'm gonna let his hand go and start making my way back to the table.
Why would we sell such an important thing?
It's not yours to sell, Dune.
We didn't pay for it. It's
I walk up. Look, we still have the contract we've made with Bennett to find the cart. So at the end of the day, he'll still get his worth. And we can use the scroll if anything inevitable happens that I can't handle.
Olive dies for a third time.
No, if Olive dies for a third time, well, I don't want to
It's
think
not-
about that.
It's that fourth time we gotta worry about because we got the scroll.
Yeah, the fourth time, that's getting a little ridiculous. Point, you just gotta let
As-
nature run its course.
As for
Yeah, I said that the
Our,
first time, Professor.
Oh, that's fair.
well, since we're all together now, it's the high time we decided of our group name for Bennett. He came all the way here for us. So, what shall it be? Get on the taking one.
I do believe
the
we
chat.
have a winner.
I
We
do
do.
like the grim. What was it? Grim undertakings.
Grave undertaking.
Grave undertakings.
It seems.
Grave undertakings. How very suiting.
Yeah, I had some time to think about it.
It seems we are in accordance.
Ah, hell, why not?
Very well. I will have the paperwork suited up for your collective company by the name of Grim Undertaking.
Grave.
Grave,
Grave.
not grim. Grave.
Undertaking. You seem to be rather fixated on the grave.
Yeah, so I seem to be.
It seems so. Well, in due time, ladies and gentlemen, I believe I need some time to reconsider some things. Have a good day, all of you.
Rest
He,
well.
he will just
Yeah, you
Fine.
too.
turn and just like slowly patter his way back to the faction hall.
Miss Large, you nearly gave the man a heart attack.
He was.
I
fine.
mean,
He would have been fine.
I
That was
think
quite-
she enjoyed it.
I think
honestly,
it was
I
quite funny.
worried the moment he started to point his finger at Olive. That man, full of mysteries.
I had to be done
Mm.
that way for him to understand. But and again, I don't know if I even fully understand.
Okay, well that saves my next question because I was gonna say if he didn't do it, how are you back then? But like even you don't know.
You know what you can tell people? I'm too angry to die at this point.
Ah, I like that.
I think
like
that's the
that a
truth
lot.
though.
Sounds about right. Suits you, Olive.
Yeah, so it seems.
Well, grave undertaking it is.
So
So, anything else happen while you guys were
I'll
gone?
explain what that Roguish is bringing people back in case they need to talk to him.
Faction leaders.
Yeah. Figured I'd ask for everybody to show up because I didn't want Roguish to look like he was playing favoritisms to one faction or another. So I might as well bring them all over.
That does make sense.
Fair enough.
Never shows much favoritism.
I may go ask Brennan something. Well, before they arrive tomorrow, that is.
Oh yeah, we got a little shit to find.
Hmm.
Oh, what
fun
little
people.
shit, Silas?
He'll come later. I got plans for him. No, this is a
There's
different
five
one.
of
Oh, a new one.
I'll explain the ins and outs of the bounty.
Fair enough.
Fine by me. I need money.
Well, I'll do what I never hurt.
And if you
Sooner
do
the
want to
better.
join a faction, Rogish will put in a good word for you once we complete this.
Very well.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna kind of go through and eye everybody up. Like, how many of them seem within the HDM restrictions?
I don't think anyone can join.
None.
So I think so too, but I
know I
just
can't.
want an eye up check, you know.
Daisy's 5'4".
Yeah, I don't think anyone can join.
Yeah. No, Dune's like 6 foot.
It's fine because I didn't want to join.
Yeah. Fuck you and your club.
So we like our members to have all their hands and fingers.
Technically, two. I'm just missing a digit on one finger.
Are you missing 2 digits? Was
No,
it 2?
I mentioned the tip of my pinky finger.
Oh, yeah.
How
Technically,
did
do you know that if you lose your pinky, you lose like 30% of your grip strength overall? I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
you can't use a katana.
I'm not even gonna ask
sense.
how you
It's
lost that
insane,
finger.
honestly. That's crazy. But yeah, Daisy's like, well, unless you need me, I am going to ask Brennan something. So I'll see you later.
Bennett's been
Goodbye.
through quite enough today.
Well, he'll have to answer for something.
Oh lord.
And Daisy walks out. And now happens what I talked to Ralph about.
You people are very interesting.
We'll come up to the faction mining company, and you will see that Benning's office door is closed.
It was just a segue to what we talked about, me asking Benny stuff. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so just trying to tie it all together neatly.
You will knock, Benning will open the door, and you'll have your conversation.
Yeah.
Anyone else wishing to do anything on the 6th day?
I want to plan. So, knowing what I know of HDM, knowing what I know of the current cricket, I would like to see if I can maybe get some insight on where I think Hob might go next after leaving. Because last we know he was in south of Respite.
Yes.
Southern side near Respite. If I were him, based on the information that Rogish gave us, I want to see if I can maybe try and figure out where he might go next.
You know what? If you're wanting to spend the day, basically try and figure that out using a little bit of information from Harry, who's actually worked within the cricket canon before.
Yeah, kind of do like a little battle plan kind of thing, you know, and using my own battle knowledge.
You'd know, first of all, that Hob was essentially a cannon worker. He was one of the people that actually fired the cannon when he was actually with the crew. So he'd probably know that particular cannon like the back of his hand. You'd know that the cannon itself is going to be very hard to move, if not be able to be moved at all. You have a feeling that those who are working with him are probably the ones also helping move it. So the moment that you catch them is the moment that they can't really move anywhere else and they'll have to fight. You know that most of these bigger cannons do have ammunition. However, you do remember a memory, mostly from Harry, who gave you this memory of Hob having a knack for sending people into the cannon and shooting them out of it.
Did you make an entire D&D encounter off the Magic the Gathering card Goblin Cannoneer?
No, I don't think so.
Step 1, find
However,
cousin. Step 2, fire cannon. Step 3, find new cousin. Anyway.
but no, you have a general idea that most of cannon fire with the cricket is for longer range. However, it can be used to send people forwards, essentially.
Gotcha.
However, you do know that most, if all, damage that's going to come from this particular cannon is going to be fire or bludgeoning.
So basically what I'm trying to debate is, would I think they would use it for land, for infiltration or destruction, or for sea, as in destroying or commandeering ship vehicles, is what I'm trying to think if I could figure out he would be doing with it.
You have an idea that Hob wasn't one for seafaring. He was just more obsessed with firing the cannon as much as he can. He's was more of a land dweller than being on the sea, so you got a feeling that he'll be on land and stick to it. He's also rather paranoid and wouldn't move away from a spot that he thinks is already secure. So unless he's given a good reason to move, he won't move. And it's very likely that he'll see you first and fire on you first, before asking any questions.
I can also guess from my knowledge of the canon that he's probably not somewhere really close quarter. So I really don't think he'd hold up in a tiny cave or, a house per se.
Yeah, I'm just saying his last known was south of Respite, but his current location is unknown. So maybe he moved it, and that's why he has Bob. Bob is a big dude who can obviously move that thing. So the question is, would he move more inland to try and terrorize people, or move towards the coast where it's more defendable? Oh well, and either way, we're gonna have to try and not be seen.
You think that it would be more appropriate for him to be more inland in comparison to the coast?
Right, but it's a 600-foot shot. Like he can be a football field inside and still aim for the coast.
Right, exactly.
So, all right. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna be doing. I'm just gonna be in the tavern. I'm gonna order a drink, and it's gonna be at my table, and then just use that, and then try and plan and ask around and stuff like that.
Okay.
Since Olive and I were discussing it, were we discussing at the tavern?
That was the idea.
I want to go talk to the barkeep and see if maybe there's been any stories of explosives not underground. Maybe some madman with some explosives just causing havoc somewhere.
You speak to Mr. Jem, and he will look over at you just like,
Well, yeah, there was a situation that I had to deal with like a couple of days ago. Had to go head down south. Had some friends who had a bit of a traveling company, transferring merchandise here and there from the people down south. And apparently they came across some big ass cannon being fired by a goblin and some other goblins.
There you go.
Jeez.
They had a bit of trouble. Tried to help them out, but basically I just tried to get them out of Dodge. Sadly, they lost a whole bunch of their caravan and most of their belongings along with it because of the constant cannon fire. But, well, we got most of them out, and those that were injured were sent over to Windspear, so not any casualties, but yeah, quite a lot of destruction. Why?
What
What are you looking for?
Well, obviously we're looking for some things to do right and some things to avoid doing wrong with, and this seems like a thing to do right with.
Well,
Um,
yeah, I was gonna say, I did come across this at one point, and this was like about maybe a week ago. Uh, they had a giant with them, I guess.
Giant?
Yeah, like maybe as tall as the Sonnet, like around about like 10, 15 or so. Big guy carrying a big club. Uh, paler skin, pudgy fella. Uh,
Well, pudgy for his size or pudgy in general?
I'd say pudgy in general, like he had a big belly coming out, like it was not exactly presentable by any means.
He'll like tussle up his coat, try and straighten out a little.
But by all means, if you want to try and take that fellow on, it would be appreciated. I think most of the trade people don't like getting shot on.
I mean, that's fair. You say it's got kind of like you know, you're a tavern keeper. People come in, drink all the time. I imagine your consistent customers may make a little bit of a belly, you know, kind of similar to that. Maybe the giant has a interest in alcohol.
You know, if I had the chance to speak to a fella while he was destroying and like throwing caravans around, I might have asked him if he had a particular taste towards alcohol, but no, I don't think I had the time.
I'm saying visually. Did it seem like they were a beer gut, or they just are quite the enjoyer of?
You seemed more obsessed with fire than anything.
Can't eat fire. But either way, I appreciate the information. Where were the ones that weren't injured? Are they still here, or did they move on?
No, no, we made sure that they got transported out to Windspear.
I thought that was the injured, but what about the uninjured?
Oh, they joined the ranks of most of the peasantry on the coastal line. Uh, they'll probably be heading out in due time soon.
So they should still be here somewhere.
Very
Do you-
likely, if you could find them.
yeah,
There is a half-orc fella. He's a good friend of mine. He goes by the name of Davis.
Davis. So if I see Davis, I could say that you sent me to look into this mad cannoneer fire giant.
Well, if you're lucky to find him before you headed out, then yes, of course. But last I heard, he wanted to get back home.
Oh, I'll try to be quick so that I don't keep his time killing.
But, well, if you do come across that caravan or anything of their belongings, I'd appreciate if you did come back with them. Uh, quite a lot of merchandise, just a fair amount of weapons. Few bits or pieces here and there, ammunition, food, rations, mostly for the people, but I'd appreciate if you could get it back.
Okay, I'll definitely try my best, see what I can do. Like I said, I'd like to gather a bit more information. If you're saying they have a giant, it'd be nice to maybe get some extra intel on them, because that's a bit more than I expected.
Well, good luck to you. Anyways,
Probably need
drink.
no information and gossip was what I was after for now. So
Oh,
I
okay.
thank you very much,
Oh, by all means.
and I'll leave him 5 silver on the bar as I walk away.
He will slip it under the bar, put it in the pocket, give a nod. All right.
I will
Anything
let
else?
Olive know that information. We should look for Davis. Might have some information. And by the way, they have a giant.
Yeah, Rogish told us. It's Bob.
I I don't know if I knew Bob personally, so
I didn't either. But apparently Freya sold him one of our pokey sticks.
So, do you know anything about Bob? Is he? They said he was quite on the hefty side.
All I heard is he's a jerk, but I didn't know anything about Bob.
No, this is new.
But my guess is this little goblin has convinced this giant to work for him so that they can move the cannon around, because I know he's not picking it up. So that's my best guess. But maybe either Vannon or myself, we can deal with Bob. You know, a good suggestion always goes a long way sometimes. Maybe we get him to destroy the cannon for us, and then maybe he just walks home. Either way, we got some plans. We'll figure out when we're going out to do this, because it doesn't sound like we're doing it today.
As soon as possible.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I had no idea where Daisy's at. But, you know, I don't know if anyone's doing anything tomorrow. Some of you guys want to talk to faction people.
Oh, anybody say
I'm good.
who they were specifically looking for, so we could get back to Rogan?
Rogic is bringing everybody.
It is then.
Don't worry,
Okay.
I got you covered.
Anyone wishing to do anything on the 6th day, or shall we get to the 7th?
I'm ready for the 7th.
Ready for the 7th?
Let's go for the 7th.
Okay. So on the 7th day, as everyone is preparing for not only to meet the representatives, but also to head on out to find Hob.
I will say, Harry will notice that I'm awake before everybody else, and I'm already downstairs.
That would draw my interest, but I kind of want everybody else to be able to play the session, so I won't bother too much with her right now.
I'm just letting you know, you'd noticed it.
Me and Harry would like to have a talk with you about multiple things, but I feel like at this point I've had too much talking in the session already.
Who is having a hearty breakfast?
Definitely do.
I am.
Harry.
I am not.
Yeah, I will for sure.
I have a
Yeah.
normal breakfast.
And I will pay for Olive.
Vannon will.
Olive will refuse.
Okay.
Harry does not give.
So
Hey, for mine, Harry.
that
Make up for
was
it.
Daisy and Flowers that are not getting a hearty meal, or is Harry paying for a hearty meal?
I'm paying for one for sure, and I would like to pay for Olive's.
Okay. So those who paid for a hearty meal take 5 silvers off. Harry take gold. Daisy takes 2 silvers off for your normal meal. And everyone who got the hearty, go ahead and roll a d6.
Are you serious? Well, fuck you both.
I won last time.
All right. So those are your temporary hit points for the day.
Great.
As you all get your breakfast, you turn as the door opens. There is
I will say before you do continue that whenever Dune is eating his food, he eats like he's never eaten with a utensil in his entire life. It's all hands, and it is just sloppy.
Vannon is the complete opposite.
Okay.
He's very meticulous and very quaint on how he eats.
No, Dune, he's just shoveling it down his gullet.
Does Vannon
Daisy,
have a
for
raised
being
pinky?
a noble, eats like a normal person.
Does Vannon have a raised pinky?
Yes, he does,
Nice.
especially when he drinks his coffee.
Nice.
The irony that the noble woman eats like a normal peasant.
At least you don't eat like Dune.
Yes, like a savage.
I'm somewhere between. Yeah, I'm about what Daisy at. Like I'm somewhere between Dune and Vannon.
Well, I am Dune is a savage, so he just eats like one.
Yeah. Daisy's gotten accustomed to eating like the peasantry.
But I definitely look like I don't want to be eating this.
And if there's any leftovers, if anyone's not eating their food, he's gonna eat that as well. Just flavor.
The door will open to a familiar sight to some. The hooded figure of a goblin-like individual steps forwards,
I
looks
sigh
over at some
again,
of
and
you.
then I stand up.
Yes, you don't need to stand to attention in front of me. You know the rules.
I didn't
You're
say I'm
fine.
not. I didn't say I'm giving you attention. I'm just standing. Okay.
Hmm.
Oh, so that's your boss. A
No,
pleasure.
that's roguish.
Oh. Not your boss?
So, this is your company. Good to see. Some capable bodies and some that could use some work.
Thanks.
Olive chuckles
Thank
a little
you,
bit to
I guess.
herself.
Well, all of you, I don't exactly know what you call yourselves at this point, nor do I really care. However, the representatives are here. So, if you want to go say hi, they're here to say hello.
Lead the way.
He will turn,
I'll point
start
Dune
making
the
his way
door.
towards the top.
Just
Sorry.
imagine this is like a job fair, basically.
Right.
Yeah, dude, I'm having fucking flashbacks here.
Yeah.
It really is.
Have
Oh,
you
I'd
ever
go over
wanted
to
a
Dune?
future in telecommunication?
For some of you, as you walk out, there is a familiar face to some. A pale, almost whitish scales coming out to a pinkish hue across most of his body, adorned with a set of pale white chain, and the pale white eyes, ghostly and clouded over, is the familiar sign of Reagan.
I want to talk to
Standing,
him, ask him
smiling.
what it was like over in with all the growth, all the vegetation growth and stuff like that.
Well, my good sir, it would be quite an entertaining thing if I told you all the details right off the bat. Now, what I do say is the situation that we're dealing with ain't great.
I walk over as well to say hello.
Ah, good to see both of you are still alive.
Yes, it's good to be alive.
Standing beside him, you see currently mounted on what looks to be a snow white ghostly elk. Dark brown hair, almost pale in comparison to the snow white skin that covers his face and figure. A set of greenish and emerald robes adorning most of his sides, as sitting on the elk in front of you is this individual.
I go up to him and I kind of just say to him, "That's mighty fine beast you have there."
I do believe it is, my friend. Whom are you?
My name is Dune. It is a pleasure to meet you. May I have your
As
name?
it is I. I am Dakari, the Ashen Grove Sinvitarian.
It is
I
a
am the Winter Stalker and representative of the Emerald Enclave. This, as he presents towards the elk, is Luke.
hello to the both of you. It is a pleasure to meet you both.
Indeed.
Standing alongside the elk riding individual is another bluish skinned female, bright white hair pulled back into a string of bound violin and lute strings into a singular coil. Around her shoulders are an adornment mantle, also intertwined with multiple strings from instruments that have been broken off and snapped during multiple performances. Her snow white eyes look over you all as she adorns a purple cloak and simple attire, which are mostly familiar to minstrel clothing. And finally, one that seems to be more rambunctious and simply towering over the others, a tall centaur covered in white and golden armor, carrying a large great sword in one hand and a tower shield in the other, will look around at you all with a slight gray stubble covering most of his chin.
That guy fucks.
I'll say that armor slaps, dude.
Yeah, no
I'm
fucking joke.
expecting to be a freaking centaur. Holy hell!
One of these days I'm
They
gonna make a
will,
centaur.
all four of them will smile looking at you all. The female will look out to you all and smile. It is a wonder to see you have all come. You have all come to see us, and we are welcoming, as we are all welcoming to the grace of a performance. My name is Valentine the Storymaker. I am the representative of the Harpers of this current division. I would welcome you all to make quite the grand performance and hopefully hear of your tales in the future, should you decide to come within our halls. We do welcome you all, of course. The larger individual can't help but give a slight chuckle down towards the smaller Air Genasi. You speak too much, and you don't do a little, you little wee scamper. The rest of you, if you want to do some real work, then you'd better join the Order of the Gauntlet, because we get everything done. Nice and sorted all the time, right on time as it needs to be. Again, just a slight chink of the armor as he holds the great sword onto his shoulder.
That man's scary as fuck.
Yes, he is.
You don't
He
need
told
to
me.
be worried about me, little one, for you see that I will charge forwards and bring back the light from any darker corner. I will bring back and charge into the everlasting presence of the sun.
I believe him. He would charge into the sun.
Of course I would. It is the first and the last light. I would be welcomed by it.
Respect.
No, everyone wants to die some way.
I respect the spirit.
I apologize for my larger individual's attitude. He is straight to the point, as they say. Yes, of course. Straight as an arrow, straight as a spear, right into the chest of the heathens.
Oh, he is
Just the
lively.
Genasi just blush and look away.
But you can't help but admire the spunk.
Sure.
You see the elven individual looking over towards the pair
Yes, very uncivilized.
I do agree, but I can't say much really.
Hmm. So, you there, beastly man. You come
Yeah.
forward with intentions.
I do. I I ran away from a lot of things. Ran away from a lot of bad people. I need to start new. I want to do good. I did bad for a very long time.
And
I want
you
to
are
change.
willing to learn.
I am more than willing to learn.
Then perhaps the tree of the Everdawn will be welcoming you.
I would be honored.
Hmm. In that case, please. He will step off of the elk at this point, coming into your eye line. This pale-skinned elf, almost reaching maybe 5'11" in height, looks up towards you, smiles. If that is the case, then I will welcome you. Please take upon this clasp. As he will bring out a pin
Mm-hmm.
and hand it towards you.
And I will take it. Thank you very much. I promise
Grow
I
as the
will.
tree. May the ever years pass through you as experience and intertwine your soul with an armor that will break through the chains of darkness and perseverance.
I kind of bow my head. Thank you.
Right, my good friend, and become one of the Enclave.
Rob,
Yes.
does Lord Dekari seem very blunt and uncaring, as Benin would have me believe?
Uh, he seems. Go ahead and roll me an insight check.
Where is insight? There is insight.
He does look to be trying to simply get this job done. He does not look to be rather happy standing with these three other individuals at this moment in time.
I will walk up and using my innate speak of animals, I will ask Lou if he is a good master and a good person.
You cast Speak with Animals, speaking with Lou, and you get a voice that says, "He is a just master. He cares for those under his reach, those that prove their loyalty and their value to him. Those of the weak will be cut like rotten wheat to the scythe."
I give a gentle bow to Lou and say thank you.
He will bow as well. You look over and you can see the pale irises of the elf seem to look over in your direction as if recognizing the conversation.
I will look over as well. Pleasure to meet you.
You speak in the tongues of the beasts, it seems.
Yes, some would say it's a cursed gift, but a gift nonetheless.
Do you also approach with purpose, small one?
I do.
Then do you also wish to become one of the Enclave?
Yes.
Come, take your mantle alongside your chosen ally.
I take it.
The others will look out. Rogic just stands there, arms crossed, gently tapping his book. See, I believe it is Adwin that is the only one that does not have a current faction.
Yeah, going off what we talked of earlier in the week, there's no one here I'd want to talk to, right?
Apart from the hoppers from the last we discussed, but apart from that, no.
Okay. I'll just wave my hand. Thank you for your time, but I'm all right. Alone with it for a while.
Most of them will bow. The Centaur, the Genasi, and the Dragonborn. Reagan will give a slight wave to the rest of the group as he leaves.
I will bow to Reagan and say, "Fun seeing you again."
Yes, great to see you again. Do take care now.
As they start making their way back to the cricket, Rogish will look at both you, Flowers, and Harry, give a nod.
Well, I guess job's done for the time being. Get to work with your little business.
Give a nod.
Don't die, both of you. I don't want to be hearing any more of that bad business. All right?
That's the plan.
Good.
Starts making his way back. Daisy and Dune,
Mm-hmm.
you are both presented with a copper cloak clasp in the shape of a leaf and an accented green enamel. Basically, it is the crest of a large white stag, adorned onto a clasp that you must wear on your person at all times, representing. You are currently under the rank of Spring Warden.
Woo!
Both of you are now members of the Emerald Enclave.
Yeah.
So, for the time being, as I've got a feeling you guys are going to start heading out the moment faction details are done, unless you're wishing to do something on the seventh day.
Not I.
No.
Nope.
It's heading to the
All
south,
good to
right?
go.
That's the plan, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Since I have this class, but I've never had one before, I'm assuming I'm going to go see if I can find a cloak.
Yeah, if you would have
If
looked
you
at me, you
are-
would have seen I have a half cloak that goes down to about my ribs over one shoulder, and it has the clasp of the HDM as well, which
Mhm.
I would have worn during that whole ceremony thing, but I usually keep it tucked away.
Okay.
You would also notice on their clasp what looks to be a silver dragon biting down on a pirate flag. The group convene. Lord Dawkin will go ahead and leave you to your business, giving both of you the heads up that should you return to Windspear, to come to the Tree of the Everdawn, which is their official faction guild house, essentially.
Okay.
So, are you all heading out at this point?
Think so? I'm gonna go.
Yes.
After I get my cloak, then yes.
Okay.
I would try to get some
Uh,
bonus information from the merchants that were attacked that are still in the city. Just see if
Alright.
maybe I can get some bonus information on the people. But Other than that, good to head up.
Let's see. So, in
DM.
concerns to a cloak,
I need to get a cloak that will something that I can wear normally, but if I, rage with it on, that it won't just like, tear itself apart. Or I can
Right.
just take it off very quickly. Just something like that.
yeah, you're able to find a normal cloak for around about 5 silver pieces.
Okay.
Mostly on a greenish, dark emerald looking color that suits the pin.
Perfect.
Uh, for your journey down to the docks, Harry, you'll find that the traders that were there, most of which have already gone, except from Davis, shall I say? Davis will tell you the same information. Basically, around about 20 to 30 goblins, and a large cannon that shoots fire and destroys buildings, as well as the large giant that seems to be going alongside them.
The giant assist anything combat wise, or was he just muscle for the big guns?
You will learn that the giant was mostly just muscle. However, does seem to be taking commands from the smaller goblin. It seems that Hob is the leader in this operation for the time being.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else before you guys head out?
I think I'm good.
Righty.
Ready to go.
So, everyone knows the rules. Who is leading the charge?
I shall.
You
Ooh,
shall.
I was about to
Cool.
vote Harry, but hell yeah, dude.
Harry was already starting to walk to the front of the group, like kind of like, here we go again. And then like the newcomer's like, I got this. It's like, okay.
Okay. So, in that case, Hectic, go ahead and give me a survival check, please.
I'll be behind Hector.
Alrighty.
I'm
Quick
gonna be
question.
next to Harry.
My Outlander feature doesn't help me with this, and he does it.
Your Outlander feature, what would that be?
Excellent memory for maps and geography, called general layout, terrain, settlements, and other features around you, things like that. Just curious. I mean,
You can also forage for food for us too.
yeah,
I
that
think,
too.
right?
Fresh water and
We don't need to
food.
worry about food and water anymore. You help me.
Outlander?
You pick up create
Yeah,
food and
Outlander.
water.
Yep.
Okay.
Nice. That's a good one.
Oh, I forgot to mention, Rob, I attuned to this Luckstone
Okay.
during that time.
All right. Make sure that you're turning to anything that you need beforehand. Get anything prepared beforehand. Let's see. So Outlander, you'll be familiar, so you'll know about certain landmarks you come across
Okay.
as you move along.
Okay.
But apart from that, not really.
Okay.
So go ahead and roll me a survival, and then roll me a D100.
Alrighty.
A 3.
Wow, divine
Okay.
intervention that.
Oh no, we don't want to roll it in.
Let's see here. Okay.
D100, I roll 3. Imagine that.
We want to roll low on the D100, right? Or no?
It depends on.
And
Depends on the table.
I've made
Yeah.
tables where you don't want to roll middle. So you want to roll high or low?
Actually, I need you to roll me a d20, please. Not a
All right.
d100.
A D20. Okay, gotcha.
D20.
Please roll
If you
three.
roll a
area.
3 again, I quit.
Okay. Well, we'll see. Where to go? There you are, right there.
2.
All
Alright, well, I'm not
Roll a
quitting.
3.
It's not a 3.
Okay. All right. So 2. Huh. Okay. During your first traveling day, halfway through the day, nothing happens. Are you continuing to move south?
So looking for
Yes.
signs of them, right?
Okay. I need you to make me another survival check and another d20, please.
Yes,
After
sir.
the first section of nothing being caught and nothing being spotted, no anything, I'm going to also be on watch, but not obviously to them, hopefully. But I'm looking
Okay.
for things as well. So
I will allow you to roll this with advantage. If you want to keep the 20, that's fine.
that wasn't what I meant, but okay.
Oh, sure.
I'm doing my own check because I
Oh,
don't.
okay.
I don't know, dude. He just suddenly called lead, and suddenly nothing happened. It's kind of odd considering how many weird things we've had pop up. So that's why I'm taking
Alright.
my
Another
own
D20?
watch. Yes, another d20. Okay. And Harry, go ahead and roll your own personal survival, please.
Oh wait, I rolled perception. I'm an idiot. Sorry. I was thinking about looking, so I was like, perception.
A 20 and a 20.
This bodes ill.
A dirty 20 and a natural 20.
Yeah, last time you put in that 20, we got the type F. Never mind.
Yeah, don't worry about it. It's a good roll, sir.
Yep. Congratulations, 20.
Okay.
Put a nickel in the jar.
Woo. You guys are starting to make your way across the barren landscape as you see the sun beginning to slowly fade on the horizon. Harry, you're keeping an eye out for anything in particular. However, it is Dune that quickly points out what seems to be a singular tent-like structure that seems to be out in the open.
What should we do about that as I point over to that tent?
I mean, can I from here, Rob? Can I tell? Is that tent like big enough to have a big ass cannon inside of it?
From this distance, you probably say no. This looks
Okay.
to be maybe almost 10 foot tall, if not smaller. Most of the color is faded due to the fading sunlight that you can see. However, the fabrics do move, and there does seem to be light coming from inside.
Okay.
How far away is it?
You're currently on a small dirt path, and it's probably a good 100 or so feet away.
Well, what do we think? Are we looking at it or are we letting it go?
Check it out, right? Might be able to stay in there tonight.
I mean, it wouldn't hurt.
Stay in there. Somebody
Just be careful, okay?
Yeah, I mean they might invite us in.
I go ahead and I cast aid on the party.
Okay. Who's getting that?
I believe it's up to
Three
three
people.
creatures. So it will be Olive, Dune, and myself.
Okay.
And we get 5 temp HP.
Hell yeah.
All right.
Now that doesn't stack on top of the temp that we already got.
For
Right, it's
this,
not temp.
yes,
It increases your max HP.
There you go.
yeah, increases your max, so you go.
And it heals for 5, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You step forwards. Who's taking the lead, essentially?
I shall take lead.
Okay. What's your perception? Past perception?
Oh, it's 10. It's terrible.
Okay. You approach being the first one, stepping forwards. You can see now getting a little bit closer, around 60 or 50 so feet. What looks to be red and yellowish, goldish fabrics adorning most of the tent. And what seems to be a makeshift wooden sign that is hung up next to the passageway.
What's the sign say?
It says Hamper Shop.
Hmm.
See?
Seems pretty convenient. I kind of
Seems
just
sus.
take my hand and just cautiously just like give a puzzled look and just give like a come here wave.
Yeah, I'm
I
right
was like
behind you.
confused. Oh. Um, this is awfully convenient, isn't it?
Oh no, I've never been this way.
I mean, that is the point of
Neither have I.
shops, is convenience, is it not?
You traveling merchant.
Alright, I'm gonna
Is
walk
this
up.
off a main? Are we on a road of some sort, Rob?
You are on a dirt path that seems to be
Okay.
winding down to the southern side.
Yeah, so it is off the path.
Let's see what they're up to. I'm gonna start making my way closer.
Yeah, I'll go with.
Hamper.
You get closer.
Yep, I'm going to get closer too.
I'm right
Brandon, what you-
behind.
I'm following up as well.
You see the passageway, the slight curtain rises to display a small little tent around about 10 foot tall. The interior completely empty apart from what looks to be a large carpet and what looks to be a singular large chest resting on top of a cushion.
Is anyone here?
Hello.
Hello, is Hamper here? I'm guessing.
Are you entering?
No, I'm just calling out.
Silence.
Seeing that no one's here, I'm gonna back up and be prepared for the worst.
I'm going to utter a command word, and I'm gonna create a rat from my hat.
Okay.
I'm gonna throw it in the tent.
What's
Okay.
that dog in your hat?
You all hear the sudden squeaking sound coming from on top of Olivia's head as she pulls the hat off of her head. A rat quickly jumps off her head and starts scampering around the room.
So
But-
that's what that does.
Is
Hmm.
that necessary?
Yes. Do I see it inside the tent?
You do see inside the tent as it quickly scurries around, squeaking out. Vannon, you can't help but swear that you saw eyes on that chest.
Oh crap!
So I'll turn to Professor. Yes, it is necessary. Now I know that I can see through the entryway.
Would I know what that is?
Give me an Arcana check.
A pretty neat trick there, Olive.
Why do you think I wanted
Nope.
the hat?
Never mind.
Let's
You
find
have
out.
no idea what this is, Van, and this just looks to be an empty chest.
I'm going to yell out, "Hey, there's a chest in there!"
Well, yeah, I know that. Thank you.
See the chest.
I can
It's
see the chest.
inconspicuously in the
we can-
middle. Like that's
Where's your
sus. Well, go on ahead. Be my guest.
I'm not stealing from anybody.
Think about stealing. Just look inside of it.
At which
You can leave
point,
money for it.
we'll see the rat immediately getting grasped by something. A wooden-like hand reaches out, grasps a hold of the rat, and you see the chest immediately open up, and the rat is thrown inside and closed.
Let's get out of here. I don't want to feel that.
Yeah. Let's not.
You see slowly opening up from the top of the chest what seems to be a pair of eyes.
I'm gonna
The
cast.
front
Sorry.
The front lock slowly opens up to a singular nose ring as going in front of you, arms out. Well, hello there. I'm Hamper. How can I help you, lads?
What was the name? Hamper?
Yes, my name is Hamper. How can I help you?
Did he just eat the rat?
He did.
Yeah, what?
Yes, it was quite delicious.
Why is
What
this
is
just walking and talking?
I don't know. Hey, Hamper, what is this place? What are you?
This is my shop.
What do you
As
sell?
you can see, quite a friendly-looking chest in front of you.
What do you sell exactly?
Well, I sell all kinds of things. I sell potions. I sell little things that I find. However, I do like myself some jams if you got some.
Ooh, Hamper, you are in luck, my friend. I have got 10 opals here that you might be interested in.
Opals? I do
It's
love
like
me
a
some
tentacle.
opals.
9 advantage. Did you take one?
Yeah, I took one.
Okay, so I've got 9. Never mind, 9 opals, and I'll kind of like very tentatively start walking inside the tent.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop. I'll stop.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop him
What?
also.
Yeah,
I do love me some opals. Do they have any magical qualities to them?
They certainly do.
Oh boy, I do love the sound of that.
Can I?
I don't trust.
Okay, hold on.
fucking inanimate
Right
objects.
now, she's stomached.
Hold on. Yeah, DM. One, this is fucking ridiculous. Two,
That is super ridiculous.
Above board, I am very untrusting. In game, I'm very untrusting.
right. So I'm trying to see if Olive's. I'd like to try and maybe do an insight because this is a fucking trap. Like this is a trap.
It's a trap. It has to
This
be.
is a trap.
Obviously.
Can I?
By all means, roll an insight check.
Okay.
Harry's
Thanks.
like 120 feet away with a bow, just like, what the fuck?
You don't see inside. You just saw them go inside the tent, and you just see a chest in there. But for some reason, you can start hearing conversation inside the chest
And
from
you
a
see
voice that
Daisy
you do not
stomping all
recognize.
scared. Oh, like, what the fuck is this?
Okay.
Uh,
hold on.
he seems trustworthy.
Hold on.
Yes.
I'm gonna add a d6 to that.
Okay.
Okay. Fantastic.
Yeah, he seems very trusting at this point. He seems very much like someone who's ready to do business.
Hey, Professor, can you hand me that bag of holding with the stuff in here and you go right ahead in?
I second that.
Is it dangerous?
Oh, no particular reason. It's a test of talks.
Hey, you're going in there anyway. I just want to hold it just to make sure because we don't want to be robbed.
If you're going to go there and walk and talk to a walking, talking chest, fine. Be my guest, but I'm not going in
If there's some problem going on here, I don't seem to be recognizing what's happening here. I'm just trying to do some business here, lads.
No.
Now, if
Yes.
you said you have jams, I do love the taste of jams, especially the magic jams.
Can I see what you have for sale, Hamper?
Well, of course you can. Of course you can. And he'll immediately just start.
Yeah.
And you see just an assortment of items begin to pour out of the front of the mouth of the chest. I will go ahead and show you guys what is currently within Hamper's shop.
Oh,
He's a
So
legitimate salesman.
Yeah, no, I just want to
He has
say
nothing but mean to him.
I have a character sheet of a boss sentient chest, and or no, it's a boss sentient gelatinous cube, and this is bringing me back to that. Like,
This is amazing. This is like the best NPC ever.
You do see the rat immediately scampering out. You see it like running on top of the like liquid almost
that.
like running on top of the soap, essentially, before you see a hand just reach over, grab a hold of the rat, and just send it back in.
Ooh, sorry, I didn't mean to have something in my teeth right there.
No, that's all yours.
Hmm.
How much would you want for that shield?
The
Sorry, this
shield.
shield actually looks really nice, Professor.
The shield?
Well, the shield will get you 300 gold. And then we got a post that will make you stronger. Then we got a cloak that will help you deal back damage to those who hurt you. And then we got some ointment that heals up your wounds.
And what? Then
Okay,
I'll pull out one of the 9 remaining ovals and hold it out. And what would you pay for this?
Oh, those look delicious. They look absolutely fantastic. How much will you want to for them?
100
well,
Each.
each.
100
Each?
each. That's a little. Yeah, if you're willing to pay it.
Yeah, 100
Well,
each. Come on, they have some magic. You like gems.
They are magic.
Magical gems
mm,
are a
So
rarity.
Well, why don't we work a
Mhm.
deal? All of you said you wanted the shield.
I mean, the shield sounds nice, and so does the. I have,
Cloak.
and the cloak sounds nice too.
The cloak does look very nice.
Taking a look at the cloak, you can see that this is a red-looking cloak. Metal embroidered vines seem to be running down the sides of the edges. The vines themselves seem to adjoin to the fabric of the cloak, where you can see there are a set of daggers running along the outside lining of the cloak.
Yeah, that is a nice looking cloak.
It does look nice.
well, we can definitely hand over the shield for 300 gold worth. Let me see. I'd be willing to buy the gems for around about you said 100 of her piece?
Oh, at least.
Yes, they are magical. I mean, these are.
Does someone
Don't
want to
grow
make
on
a
trees.
persuasion
I
check
would
here?
love to.
I will.
I will
Let me,
assist.
please.
Please. Dude.
With an assist, it will be with advantage.
Hold on. Are you making your own roll, Professor, or are you giving me advantage?
I wanted to roll too, right?
Daisy will assist
I mean,
one of whoever's more charismatic in Daisy's opinion, which I think would be Professor.
Whoever is figureheading this particular deal.
I was
At this
trying to figurehead, but if we're doing separate rolls, I don't know how you want to go about it.
point, Harry would have finally wandered up and like pulled open the curtain, and it's just
Oh,
staring.
I don't think any of us have stepped in yet. I think we're all
No.
still standing outside.
According to the description, according to the
I
description,
wanted to step in.
you guys all stepped inside.
No,
So
I
No,
walked inside.
I never
Okay.
step inside.
not
That
at
was-
all.
Daisy's peeking inside.
So,
I asked about seeing. I was told
and-
all I see is the
Yeah.
curtain.
You just see the curtain right now. Just everyone's bustled up in that area.
Oh, yeah. So yeah, I don't know. Do you want us to roll each individually, DM? Does he? I guess he
I
wants
would
to roll,
like
and I
for-
want to roll. So.
If you guys want to
Roll
roll it for
advantage,
yourself,
since he's
by
rolling
all
it.
means.
Roll advantage.
Are you sure?
Okay.
You can roll too.
Yeah, no, go for it.
And I
Oh
am
shoot!
gonna add a d6 to that.
There you go.
What's this? Olive actually having a plus to her rolls? Not
Look,
possible.
I have an 18 charisma. It's the one thing I'm good at. There you go, 26.
Ooh, okay.
26.
Pretty good.
He will look those over.
There are 9 of them?
Yes, correct.
I suppose I could part with a few of my belongings in exchange for these gems.
What which belongings? The cloak and the shield?
Well, that depends. Let me take a look here.
And he'll quickly look over the shield for a moment.
Yes, this will be 300, and the cloak will be 450.
How
Wait.
about the salve?
The salve. Oh, the salve is very expensive. That will be a whole 600 gold pieces.
Okay, never mind.
Let's do one. So the cloak and the shield, and then 150 gold.
Yeah, some more
Yeah,
healing
if you want.
potions if you want them.
I do have healing potions here.
I kind of need money real bad.
I kind of need healing potions for this party, Professor.
I don't really carry money. I'm just me. I like gems, though. That's what I do.
I'll put
like.
that one
That's
gem
a
that I
list.
got back into the list, into the pack, so you have 10.
Oh, you have more. Well, even more delicious. Okay, what would you like? I would be willing to make an agreement with you for those potions, for the potions and the gems. Yes, I like them.
The cloak and the 4 healing potions. So I'm thinking.
Sure.
Basically, it's 2 potions per gem.
Well, and the shield and the cloak too.
Yeah. So calculate how many gems.
Should be 9.
I'm going to
Yeah,
go
it's-
ahead and give you guys what exactly price is for these certain items.
But I mean, hey, I guess they're your gems, Professor. So if you want to keep them, you can.
Oh, they're kind of all. I mean, I don't know where else. I've kind of looked around into selling these, and I can't really get more than 100 for all of them. So, I mean, this guy really wants them.
Yes, I do. They look fantastic.
So we might as well give him. I do need money, but if we can get a really good price for him here, I mean, there's other ways to make money.
Yeah, I think this is I think he's giving us a pretty fair trade.
Yes.
Yeah, no, it definitely sounds like a good deal for sure.
I don't have all day, you lot. It's not like I'm just sitting here. Wait, hold on. I am. Never mind.
Yeah,
Keep going.
Seem very mobile.
Well, whatever you decide, Professor, let us know.
But don't we want to get the cloak?
Yeah, you're the one with the
shield?
gems.
Oh,
We're waiting on you,
what are we gonna
champ.
get? Cloak, shield, and healing potions. Essentially.
All right. So we're gonna get ourselves a see. So we're getting ourselves a shield. Okay.
Pushes it over.
With
The
his
cloak.
tongue? Does he push it over with his tongue?
Yes, he does.
Nice.
That's awesome.
The dagger cloak pushes over towards you.
And how many potions did you want? 'Cause you can afford like all 4 of them if you want it.
Sure, all 4 of them.
Oh,
Might as
let me,
well.
so in
Okay.
case you weren't doing the math, that's
750.
No,
it's 750 for the shield and the cloak.
No, yeah, I was
But
saying without the potions. Yeah.
950 if you add the potions.
Yeah.
If we're valuing the gems at 100 each, I'm just saying.
He is.
Okay, so 50 left.
So
Like this,
3
anyway?
healing potions and
But
keep
he
1
doesn't
gem.
have any gold, so you could do
No
3
gold
healing
whatsoever?
potions and
Yeah,
one
3 healing
and
potions,
one
keep a gem. Mm-hmm.
You don't have gold because of all the platinum you're carrying? I think that's what you said.
He'll take a moment, like bring the tongue into him for himself, and then you just see him bring out just a different kind of currency that you're not familiar with.
What is this?
It's pizzados.
You see a more greenish looking currency. Each adorned with what looks to be a dwarven individual.
Is Harry allowed to have finally made it up to the curtain by now?
So, you know what?
I have a whole bunch of this. It's just sitting in here.
Yeah,
You
you're
know what?
there, Harry.
It's intriguing. Just give us 50 worth of that to top it off, and we'll be on our way. With all the other items,
Okay.
of course.
Yeah, he's just gonna puke out around 25 of these.
How many?
25.
25 of them? Okay.
You're holding
You're
one of those.
familiar. You've seen one of these coins before. This is Electrum.
okay. 25
Oh.
Electrum. All right. I will add that. Is there a thing in Beyond D&D for
Yeah,
There
there
is.
is.
Yep,
Cheers.
it's rarely used. It's just dwarven coin,
I know it's the first time I've ever heard of using it.
and he's full of them.
Woo!
So yeah, then I will set the pouch with the gems down for him to take.
He will reach out, taking the pouch and just wrapping it in the tongue, just pulls it in.
Oh, that was delicious. Best meal in years. I appreciate it, my good friends.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Hope you enjoyed, Hamper.
Wait,
Mhm.
you
What-
have hold on above board. Sorry. You have Electrum at 1 Electrum is 2 gold, not 2 Electrum is 1 gold.
I thought it was. I thought it was.
1 gold
Hold on.
piece is 2 Electrum pieces.
Mm-hmm. I think you have the
Oh.
exchange flipped.
Do I have the exchange for it?
Yep.
Okay, that's fine. I'll change that real quick.
What does Harry see
How-
in a summarization when he walks up?
Oh, by then I am wrong. Okay.
Should I add remove Electrum? Add Electrum? or-
So you technically have around about 100 Electrum.
Yeah, it would be double.
Okay.
So.
Quadruple. Because he just
Quadrupled.
half.
He gave him baked it.
Oh, yeah,
25.
you're
I was
right.
about to say 25 in
Quadrupled,
Spanish.
yep.
Damn.
However, yes, you have
Okay.
their belongings.
All right, sorry. Go ahead, Harry.
I just kind of want it like in-game description. Like, what do I just walk upon here? Like, what am I seeing? What do I understand is going on?
You're watching basically a whole bunch of your group like surrounding the entrance to this tent and are basically handing out the bag of gems, and you just see like a scattering of vials and like items that are partially covered in the ichor coming from the creature, which is basically a large chest with eyes at the front, arms at the side, who is currently talking by opening and closing the lid of the chest.
I don't think you understand anything that's going on in front of you right now.
He doesn't. He is so
Does-
confused.
Does the chest have large teeth?
You do see some very large teeth in the middle of the chest. Yes.
Well, hello there. Seems as there's another one behind you. Are you also wishing to do business with Hamper?
Oh, hey there, Harry. Welcome to the party.
That's meet Hamper.
Harry is just like partially frozen, like staring into the mouth of this creature that's probably just as large as him.
I whispered to Harry, staring is not a good thing to do.
We're doing business. Like who?
We're doing mogul moves.
Oh, your friend is giving me a staring contest. I've never lost those.
Just continue staring back at you.
Imagine you'd be a pro at it.
Hmm.
Harry, you okay? Harry.
So then who's taking the shield and who's picking up the potions and
I'll
who
take
wants
the potions
cloak?
and then I'll divide them.
You take the cloak, correct?
Who, me?
Who's taking the cloak?
It basically returns damage, right? To that effect?
It is a little different.
Oh.
This is more of a home. This is the home item, basically. So who's
Oh,
taking it?
I'll
mean, does
hold
it-
on
Does
to it.
anyone
Does
see
it count as armor?
No, but it does require attunement.
So maybe our barbarian?
If you take a look into the magic loot, you'll see a dagger thorned cloak.
hmm
That is what you have just acquired.
Okay.
So from your point of view, you guys just kind of see this kind of Harry's face. He's just like,
Right?
Kind of like nudge Harry. Are you good, man? You all right?
No, do you see Daisy's like taking his pose? See if he's having a panic attack.
I kind of go like lean over to Desi. Go on, get him
It's
out.
okay, I'm a
like,
medic,
get him-
dude.
Okay, and I know, but just get him out of line of sight. But I'll just hold on to the cloak.
Who's taking the cloak?
I'll hold on to it. I'm not gonna wear it. I'll just hold on to it until we figure out who wants it.
Why don't you? You could wear it in the meantime. I mean, there's no point in not
For
using it.
those who can't see what it is, the Dagenthord cloak, while you're attuned to the cloak, you get a +1 to AC. The cloak has 5 charges. While you're wearing it, should you take damage from a melee attack within 5 feet, you can use your reaction to spend 1 or more of its charges, dealing 1d4 plus 1 piercing damage to the attacker per charge spent.
Okay.
I mean, if you're
Should
gonna hold it, attune to it.
Right. The cloak regains 1d4 expended charges daily at dawn. And should you expend the cloak's last charge, roll a d20. On a 1, the wearer takes 5d8 psychic damage and the cloak is destroyed.
Wow, that hurts.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm gonna be right
But
back.
no
I mean, I'd
charges.
love the cloak, but I already asked for the shield. I don't want to be too greedy. Like, this is all good
Okay.
shit, but I'll be right back. Sorry.
I mean, I guess since I don't have to like literally carry it, I'll take the pin off the cloak I'm wearing, put it in my backpack, and then attach it to this cloak, and then just wear it.
I asked for the cloak. He stowed it away.
I give her the green cloak that I bought.
Might as
Attune to
well
it if
put
you're
it to
gonna hold
use.
it. Yeah, exactly.
I,
Don't
I
just
put
hold
my
on to it and not
brooch
use it.
in with it.
I mean, yeah, I just bought it, but like, look at this thing. This is fancy. I've never seen it look this good before, ever.
Don't
Thank
worry.
you.
There's more fancy
Thank you.
items out there. You'll get used to it.
I
Now,
hope so.
it is getting late, and I do believe that not all of you can see during the nighttime, and not all of you are safe during the nighttime. So
I-
I suggest you get yourselves into a more secure position.
I pull out one of the
Thank you for
rocks
the
I have
advice.
in my pocket and I cast light on it. We're good.
Oh! It just like quickly covers his eyes with the hands for a
I
moment.
just
I turn it off. Sorry.
I
Sorry, force of habit, Hector.
I see turns up. I try to cover it with my hands. Like, sorry.
I quickly turn it
Oh,
off.
I did not know you carried the sun in your hand. That is very useful.
Yeah, yes, it's my sun rock.
Uh, Maybe in the future you will learn me how to find sunrock. It sounds very delicious.
Yes, very much so. It is quite
Speaking of
blinding though.
sunrock, I have been seeing blasts of fire coming from the southern side. Is that also sunrock?
No, that seems to be our target.
Your target? What target?
We're just investigating why there's fire.
Investigating? Is this your target you're investigating?
Yes?
What is this target you wish to investigate of?
I don't know. It's fire coming out from the south.
I do love some fire if it involves gems.
I doubt this is gems.
If you find gems, you find Hamper. Hamper will give you plenty more things for gems.
You got it.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
All right.
Right? Stay
At
safe,
which
Hamper.
point you see the hands reach up, grab a hold of the lid, close it, and the eyes close, returning to the chest once more.
Well, that was
Exhilarating.
something.
Yeah, welcome to the group.
Yeah.
Strange things happen. Keep an eye
Yeah,
out.
That's the strangest thing I've seen actually ever, I think.
Oh, that's not the strangest we've seen yet.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, we'll have to tell you about a door someday.
And the hand that sticks out of the ground.
That's with the door. But yeah, you don't mind if I have that shield, right?
no, have at it.
Oh, thank you.
Well, since it's you and me, and you're the one who's always taking the hits in front, it's best if you have it.
Yes.
Well, I
I'm
guess
mostly hiding behind you, so have at it.
if nobody needs this. I'll take it.
I mean, not needing is strong, but I don't want to be too greedy.
But I just got here. I don't want to, just take things willy nilly.
Well, if you could protect these three, and I point to the two wizards and the long range fighter, you deserve it.
Oh, no worries. I think I can do that very well.
Yes, and don't worry, I'll be right behind you, and I give him a tap on the back.
Who has the bag of holding?
I do.
Is there room for my non-masterwork shield?
Yes.
All right, I'll give you my non-masterwork shield.
You can add it. It's in the notes. Just add it to the bag of holding. Rob, you gave everyone access to it, right?
Not
Yes.
I
I.
think.
Oh. Yeah, I think it might have been just you then. Hold on.
Oh, okay. I
Well,
can.
I do have access to it as well.
Oh no, yeah,
What?
there is access. You should have access.
I can open
Okay.
it.
There should be an
Can be
edit button
edited
if
by
you
all
have access.
players.
Are you looking at bag of
Yeah.
holding or within the bag of holding at the top?
Oh, within the bag of holding. I was looking at bag of holding. My bad.
Yeah, there you go.
No worries.
Yeah, you can now remove the arcane opals.
Yeah, I gotta delete those. Forgot to do that.
All right.
Another one to keep an eye out for.
That was so fun. Like I was not expecting a mimic store.
That was
Right.
great. I love that. He's been your favorite.
You guys wanted to leave.
I mean, above board, I think that's awesome. In character,
That's
Harry
freaking
just
terrifying
staring into
as
the
hell,
maw
yeah.
of teeth. Like, yeah.
However, it is getting cold for those who do not have cold weather clothing and that don't have the ring.
That is true.
So, you guys are making your way a little further down, away from Hamper, I'm guessing.
Yes.
Yes.
In a brisk pace.
You
place to camp, I
take your
guess.
time. There is no following chest that you can see down the path.
God.
However, you guys gather up and start making your camp. So, are we having a small, medium, or large fire?
Well, I'm going to cast the tiny hut, so it stays like a nice.
Hey, good shit.
And I
Woo, tiny
will
hut.
create food and water for the party, which lasts 24 hours. So we will have a meal when we wake up.
Excellent. I will say that with that create food and water, you are able to either re-roll or maintain your temporary hit points from the day before.
I think I'll maintain mine.
Really?
I
Yeah.
think I will as well.
Damn,
I'll
I should.
reroll.
I'll
Yeah.
go for the reroll.
All right.
Yeah, I'm sticking
Watch
with
out
my
for
crap.
more. I'm gonna get greedy.
Didn't you roll a 1?
I rolled a 1.
I rolled a 3.
And you're gonna keep
Yes.
it?
Yeah.
Well,
Oh,
you could
I got one
re-roll.
less.
And get 6 instead of 1.
Yeah.
No, that's fair. Okay, fine. You
And
talked me
also
into
remember
it.
that aid will drop once we
Yeah.
wake up. Well, while
Okay.
we're sleeping, it will drop.
Alright,
Hey.
Just a
All right.
reminder.
here we go.
Very suiting.
Nice.
Well, you know, that's
Admin,
totally fair.
you will be
I
taking a
improved
new
mine.
role.
You know what? Fuck you, Harry.
Sad. That's fucking sad.
So, Professor, you'll be going down from a 3 to a 2.
Yes.
D6s don't
Okay.
like me, apparently.
Apparently not. So those who did not get a hearty breakfast last time was
Just me, I think.
you can roll given
Ooh.
the situation. Because you are getting an actual full meal while you're out there.
Not just trail rations.
Just not trail rations
Man,
yet.
Oh hell yeah!
Yes.
Okay.
Get
Due
better dice.
to the protective nature of the huts, you are not disturbed. Light comes up, you have had your long rest.
Remember, aid is down.
Okay.
All right. So, who's leading and where are we heading?
I shall lead once again.
To the south
And
again, I guess?
I'll be doing backup checks.
we're still going straight south, correct, guys?
As far
think
as I
so.
know.
All right. And we're just
Okay.
going to go straight south.
So, both of you roll your survival checks. And someone can roll me a d20.
I'll roll a d20 again.
Should let Harry do it. He hasn't done it yet.
Okay, fair enough. Go ahead. Go ahead. You do
Go on,
it.
Harry.
Let Harry determine our fate.
Above average.
15.
Above average, but below GG.
JG Nori.
Below death one.
True.
15.
Below Bongo Bongo.
As you guys are making your way forwards, you hear the distant sounds of whistling.
Does the whistle sound familiar to me? Like maybe some projectile flying through the air?
You just hear the sound of what seems to be a voice echoing out into the air, screaming and shouting towards you, as maybe a couple 10 or 15 or so feet away from you, you see what seems to be a large explosion impacting against the ground, and what looks to be a goblin landing maybe 20 or so feet away from the explosion.
I think we
This
found
isn't what
him.
we're looking for. Let's keep going.
I'm gonna immediately spread the group.
Okay, at that point, I would like everyone to place yourselves down at the bottom here. I'll make a nice little square for you guys to choose where you're going. However, this is where you need to be. As you see on the far distance, what looks to be a raised platform-like cliff, and shooting from a pillar of smoke, what seems to be a large, adorned, and mangled-looking cannon.
Big did the blast look to be when it landed?
How did the blast? Around about 10 feet or so?
Okay.
As you see rushing down and now landing from what looks to be some sort of parachute device is a goblin who appears next to you.
Where did you find that picture? That thing's amazing.
I don't see my token anywhere.
I need everyone to roll me some
Oh,
initiative.
As soon
Rob,
as
I don't see my token.
you have to pull it out.
Oh,
No, but it's not there. That's all.
Nice. That one. It's my
Oh,
second
no,
nat
it's
one
not
in a
there.
row, right? I think it's my second nat one in a row. It was the first one I rolled at the start of the session.
I will say, now remember, Vannon, no fire.
Well, the fire, I could do it, just won't do anything.
Well, the goblins. Just wipe the goblins.
Everything, no fire.
Oh,
there it
I
is. Cool.
clicked it.
There you go. I got you.
Thank you, Pedro.
I clicked my token, but the initiative didn't load in there for some reason.
As you see,
DM,
yes.
as this is an ability check, I would like to add a d6 to it.
Okay.
So
As
Rob, can you
coming
put mine
down
in?
towards you, what looks to
My
be
initiative didn't get
something
loaded in.
like this, shooting towards you guys. Hold on, let me get the picture for you.
Yep. Are you sure this isn't the Magic the Gathering card?
That's definitely it. You can't tell me it's not.
As blasting from the ground here, what seems to be a pillar of rock and smoke, and the goblin landing next to it. Ahop the fire! And rolling initiative, let's take a look here. So,
I added the 4 to mine.
gotcha.
Can you add mine in there?
I
Rob?
can. Yes.
Could-
What was
I
your
got
initiative?
19.
The 19?
I got 19.
Thank you.
Ooh. My dex is a 12.
I didn't.
Mine's a 14.
That was mine.
You can go
That's-
you can go before me.
Okay.
All right.
I can
And
rest.
then we
Don't know what
have
this is.
the man himself, Mr. Hobb,
The man, the myth, the legend.
Oh, 16.
currently adorning his cannon.
Yeah, see,
What
that's
a nice
Goblin
looking fellow.
Pyromancer. Like, these are magic cards, my guy.
Yeah, dude.
I made a deck about him. I know all of it. Anyway.
However, you do see coming on top of the cliff what is a large towering figure, which you can only assume to be Bob.
Hi, Bob.
Hi, Bob.
Hey, Bob.
Ooh, +8. Yikes.
Ah, yes, now you see his stats. Wonderful.
Yeah, thanks, GM stats. I
You're
won't
welcome.
use it to my advantage. Oh, I almost copied them down. Too bad I'm streaming and
Oh,
can
what
clip
happened?
it. No, I'm just kidding. Chat, don't clip that.
But there are some that would recognize this to be a hill giant. All right, so let's take a look here.
You haven't placed him yet, right?
No, he's
Okay.
currently outside with the rest of the other gobs.
Gotcha. He's over at
He's
that
right
cliff.
there.
Gotcha.
Let's see here. So let me bring out Bob for his initiative. There we go. Ah, wonderful. And Hob, let's see how well you do. Come on, buddy. You can do better. Nope. Apparently not.
Oh my gosh. Rob actually listened to me. He turned off his roll hacks.
And the fire gobber. Yeah, let's go.
Oh,
Yeah.
All right, top of the initiative. Let's see. Do we have what do we have? I need. Yeah, everyone's here. Okay, top of the initiative. Vannon and Olive, you are up.
All
You
right,
guys are quite a ways away. Just a heads up.
I'm gonna do Ray of Frost onto this guy. The guy sitting
All
over.
right. Ray of Frost onto that one. Go ahead and roll your attack.
There it is. 24.
24 hits.
5 damage, and he moves 10 feet slower.
Gotcha. As you throw your hand out, the cold area instantly freezing over most of his armor as he's reaching out with a blade towards you, like, hey, son. Is that your turn?
I'm gonna move over this direction. That's it.
All right. Let me go ahead and do this for the time being for your slow.
There you go. That's it.
Olivia, you are up.
all right. Daisy, Vannon, if either of you have suggestion, I suggest that you save that for the big guy. He can do a lot of work. But for now,
Yep, I do.
perfect. So do I. Let's do. Oh man. Okay, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. I'm gonna move over here. 20, 25, 30. And then I'm going to throw 2 Eldritch Blasts his way.
All right.
First one, 15 to hit.
15 hits.
7 force damage. Second one, nat 1.
First one, instantly blasts him to the side, knocking him to the ground dead. Second one flies wide, shooting out into the air. Go ahead and roll me a d20.
That makes
Actually, roll a
sense
d100, please.
because he's dead. He has nothing to hit. So I don't know why I'm
Yep.
even worrying about this. We don't even need to bother with the D100, Rob. 24.
Sure. 24.
It has no consequences. My friends are behind me. Big desert.
What's the range?
I only have 120 feet.
120 feet? Okay. You see an impact against the rock here, and you hear a squeak of something behind it.
All right. Gotcha. Bonus
Is that your turn?
action.
Oh.
Nope, that'll be it.
Okay. As you can see, coming out from one of the rocks, what seems to be another goblin that had landed a little further in. Daisy, you're up.
Oh boy. All right. So I'll move here so I can do the following: a third level aid. So 10 to Olive, 10 to me, 10 to Dune.
Damn.
All right.
Not
So
fucking
it's-
around anymore.
So that's 10 max hit points, right? Or
Yup.
10. Awesome.
10 max hit points. So who got that? Olive.
Dune, Olive, and myself.
Okay, so let me mark those who got it.
After the game, you should ask Daisy what stupid spell she was gonna take. Sorry.
I mean, I still took them. Fuck you.
Hey, at least you got aid. That's all I care about. You took aid. It's such an
Alright.
underused spell, and it's so good.
It is good.
It's
Daisy,
basically
is that
like a
your
reverse
turn?
healing. No, I will actually move up now that aid has been cast. Wait, I moved one. There you go.
All right.
Yes, and I will say, spread apart but keep close. And that is it, because I don't have anything useful as a bonus action at this range.
Okay. Harry, you're up.
So I've seen this cannon before, right?
You've seen this cannon before.
I know where the gunner sits. I'm
You know
gonna
where the
pull
gunner
my
sits.
bow, take a long shot at him with my
All
sharpshooter
right.
feet. Who doesn't care about half cover or 3/4 cover, and has a
All
600
right.
feet range.
Yes, you do.
Harry,
Yeah, he's in range.
Harry,
You
Harry.
do
So-
remember that if the cannon malfunctions, it ejector seats.
Okay, it doesn't matter if the cannon malfunctions if I kill the cannoneer.
I know. I'm just saying.
You wanna watch the
Something to
multiplayer,
think
that's fine
about.
too.
And for any other person in the group who doesn't remember that, I'll figure I'd bring it up because I would have told everybody about it.
28 most definitely hits.
What a shot.
Okay. I guess I should have asked this. I have to choose sharpshooter before the roll or after?
Before the roll.
Okay, darn. Fair enough.
What, didn't
Okay.
you say sharpshooter?
You did, but
You did say
yeah.
sharpshooter.
Like 12 times.
I did say with sharpshooter. I did say that.
So it's
You said
actually
because you have the sharpshooter feet. that
Oh,
you're
that's
able
Didn't I
to
true.
say
hit.
with the sharp? Didn't I say with the sharpshooter
I'm
feet?
pretty sure he
No.
did. No?
no.
Ah,
You did
He's
not say
right.
that you were sharpshooter. Otherwise,
Okay,
you
fair
would have
enough.
done it.
Fair enough. So he is going to take. Although I can use a special shot after, right?
You have to choose the shot beforehand as well.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, so it just is going to take an unfortunately low amount of damage.
6
Hey,
damage.
there's the Harry we know.
We're gonna do the second shots. We'll do this one with sharpshooter.
Right?
Of course.
14 will sadly miss. Actually, no, that's a
That's
9.
a 5. That's a 9. Yeah.
Yeah, the 9.
Okay. Sadly, a 9 will miss. As you see it shoot out into the air and clatter against the cannon.
We're
Doesn't
going
seem to impact it.
Okay, we're going to hit the action surge.
All right.
And we're gonna fire another longbow shot
Okay.
with sharpshooter again.
Alrighty.
Oh my gosh.
Ooh,
Oh my goodness.
Hell yes.
Yes, that will hit.
Oh, that's fun.
Good
Okay.
fucking
Too bad only
shot.
the dice are doubled.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. It's not a D10. It's a flat 10.
Mhm.
Damn it.
It's still
Okay.
the dice are doubled.
Come on, dice. Okay,
There's
so
the Harry we know.
16 damage because that was a nat 1.
Yeah.
Yes. So
One.
16
So-
damage.
Followed by another sharpshooter shot because I get another shot.
He gets
Yeah.
another shot.
Indeed he does. Fire away, my good sir.
So
That will hit.
Nice. Okay. For another 17 points of damage.
Hell yeah.
17.
This guy's
17?
fucked up.
I sharpshooter shot, remember?
Oh,
That's
so
why I
that
was
would
only.
be a
I even
14
said it
to
was a
hit?
14.
14 does not hit. Sorry, I was looking at a 19.
Okay, I even said a 14.
My
He was
bad.
looking at the 19.
I was looking at the 19. 14 does not hit, sadly.
Hey, but your dice are moving up.
Yeah.
Really sad because that shot could have been
Does
what?
that end your turn?
Yeah, that's all I
You
have.
already got some hella damage though, man. What the hell?
From 300 feet away, no one else can do that. Like,
Yeah, you're the only one.
Above board,
Yeah,
this is legitimately the situation I made Harry for.
yeah, it's perfect for him right now, but you also pissed him the hell off. All right.
Good. See how good your cannon
Right.
aim really is, sir.
Yeah.
Well, all I'm
Clearly,
really
you
going
missed
to
one goblin
do
already.
is just get about here, with my movement,
All right.
and then my bonus action, I'm going to shift. Let me just go back on here in case. There. That's going to be the Wild Hunt. That's going to be one charge, and that will be my turn.
Righty. That's your turn.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Professor, you're up.
Mm, gosh, really not much to do. How far away is 2? Seems awful far.
Oh, and I also gain. Hold on. I gain.
Oh yeah, I mean that's 120 right
Actually,
there.
hold on. I also gain 4 temp hit points.
You know what? While you're thinking, Professor,
Yep.
Hob is going to use a legendary action to load it. See what we got here. 3. So he is going to fire a mob. As let's see here. Ba-ba-ba. He will fire one entire mob towards the group. Ignore the damage. That will be 5 goblins that will be sent 150 feet in a chosen direction. Filling the board up. And it is now your turn, Professor. As more
Okay.
of these minions are starting to come up on the board.
There's not much I can do. Let's just start moving forward a little bit. I don't want to be too close to other people. 30. How close do we need to be together, Bannon, for the rings to be in effect?
20 feet, I think.
Is it 20 feet? Okay. I'm gonna go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25.
Yeah, 20.
Yeah, we'll go 30 right here. I mean, this is just like open desert, right? There's no cover or anything. I'm
No
assuming.
cover that you can see,
Okay.
apart from the rocks that are in front of you.
And I'll take the dodge action, and end my turn.
Okay. The sent out goblins are going to charge forwards. Hope the fire come! Charging forwards 30 feet and will shoot if they can. See. How far away are you, Daisy? 85 feet? You're out of range. So in that case, they're just going to run and dash for their turn. So move on up there, and it is Bob's turn. Bob's going to stay where he is because Bob likes it up there. Fire Gobber. Load a shot. See, a 4. We got ourselves Another fire mob. We're sending more goblins towards you. No misfire, and that'll be 2 more goblins being sent.
Wonderful.
Let's see, Hobbit is going to. Can he reach anyone over there? How far is that? Ooh, that'd be nice. What's the range on this? Yeah, he'd need to get closer. Yeah, he's gonna hold. All right, he's gonna hold on to his turn. Top of the initiative, Vannon, you're up.
Okay. 4. All right. So first, for my action, I'm going to cast Enlarge onto Dune.
Yeah, boy.
There's the thing. So you do an extra D4 damage for your natural attacks.
Hell
You also
yes.
you're doing strength checks, which I guess you have that, so it doesn't really, the rage doesn't really help a whole lot that, but the extra damage might help.
Oh yes, it will. Because all my weapons are natural.
That's what I was hoping. And let's see. Is a full action? That's also full action. Crap. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 6. Yeah, I'm gonna move out to here. There it is. I think that's right. Yeah, 20 feet. And then I'm going to have Ozzy the bird fly up. Should I get a little thing for Ozzy?
Sure, I can give you a little thing for Ozzy. Believe I had an owl token at some point. While I'm looking, go ahead and continue on.
Okay. And I'm gonna have him kind of sit over here, and that's it. That's it for my turn.
All right.
Oh, I need a marker. I'm concentrating.
There we go.
Oop.
And controlled by Bannon. There you go. So you can have move that
Right
token where you wish. Gotcha.
Yeah. Actually, one over. Perfect.
All right. Olivia, your turn.
All right, I'm gonna turn to Harry as my form starts shifting back and forth in its space and say, "Don't worry, they're charging. I'll make sure they don't get to you. You keep your eye on him." And I'm going to cast Blur on myself.
Okay. Your form now giving a ghostly visage, almost like your form is almost moving too fast to be recognized.
I learned a few tricks. So then we're going to go 5, 10, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Yeah, and I'll just hold on right here. And that'll end my turn.
Okay. Daisy, before the start of your turn,
Yes.
Hobbs gonna load it.
Oh no! What goblins?
5 this time. Yes! Send in Bob! Bob gets sent from the cannon 150 feet into the air.
Jeez.
Let's see. All creatures, including Bob, must make a DC. No one's nearby, so he's gonna just get fucked up by himself if he fucks this up. So come on, Bob, you got this.
Screw it up, Bob. You got this.
Nope. He
Ancient.
takes 2 points, 2d10 bludgeoning damage after being punted by the cannon.
And is immediately knocked out. Oh wait, no. Any enemies would be. Wait,
Out of Bob's space, but he is prone.
Yeah, he is currently prone and takes 11 points of damage after being sent from the cannon.
This
Just
is
looks
very
back.
beneficial.
Hilarious.
the hell, Hob? I thought we were cool.
However, he will begin to charge forwards on his turn. Daisy, you're up.
You see that number 2, who's conspicuously too close? Yeah, he's about to get told to the dead. So
Oof.
wisdom 15,
Gotcha.
and he's hurt, right?
Not yet.
Didn't he yelp before? No. All right.
He yelped because he got shot at.
Okay, perfect. Just asking, just in case.
So, wisdom save?
Yes, 15.
Succeeds.
Oh, son of a bitch.
Damn.
You sure that they don't have -1 or 2 to wisdom?
They do. He rolled a 17.
Yeah, that sucks. Okay. Yeah. You know what? I'm gonna let them come towards us. So I am actually gonna move 15 feet back.
All right. Is that your turn?
Yes, because I'm gonna let the front line charge more forward.
All right. Harry, you are up.
Harry is gonna take and load another arrow onto his bow, and he is going to take a shot at a Hob.
Hob again. All right.
Yep.
Fuck him
Uh,
up.
are you sharpshooting or is this a normal?
Yeah, I'm gonna sharpshoot this.
All right. So -5. 15 sadly will miss.
And just checking that it does ignore all cover unless it's full cover.
Correct.
This next shot, I am going to load my one special arrow that I was gifted.
The walloping.
Yeah,
Okay.
this one is not going to get rolled with sharpshooter, but it is going to be given advantage with Deadeye shot.
Gotcha.
As I draw the arrow back, I say aloud, hopefully Olive hears me. Let's hope this hits as hard as they promise, and unleash the arrow.
27 hits.
Okay. It doesn't do any bonus, unfortunately, but it's going to hit him for 9, and I need to make him to make a strength saving throw.
Okay. Hob. So does he have anything for that? No, he does not. So strength save. 11.
Saves.
All right. Whacked by the concussive nature of the arrow, he seems to grasp a hold of his seat just in time before falling inside the barrel of the cannon, just to hoist himself back up into the seat.
Is it really a DC 10?
It is unfortunately a DC 10 strength saving throw.
Oh man. Okay.
Damn.
That's why they're cheap.
Yeah, not magic. They're cheap. They're just, stuff packed together. That makes sense.
Like I was really hoping, like I was like, oh, I'll fire. This will be great. Knock him off the cannon.
Nope.
Oh, it's only a 10. Oh God. Maybe he sucks really bad.
It is still your turn if you're still wishing to fire.
Wait, what?
Oh wait, you had both your
He's
shots,
asking
right?
if you're done with your turn.
Yeah, I don't have anything else I can really do in this current turn.
Gotcha. All right.
I'll add another comment out loud. Yeah, probably shouldn't buy those arrows again. That didn't work that well.
Yeah.
Dune, you're up.
Okay, so I got a question before I start my turn. So I'm a little confused on the wording of rage. I know it says it ends early if I haven't attacked a hostile creature since my last turn.
Or you have taken damage since the last turn, correct.
Okay, so the first part of it, attack. Can I rage and then still have the rage and then I have to attack by my next turn? I'm confused about the wording that works.
No, so if you start your next turn and you haven't taken damage or attacked something within that time limit, your rage fades. So if you don't attack, you're basically depending on them attacking you.
Okay.
Actually, it's the end of his next turn.
Oh, it's the end of his next turn.
If your turn ends and you haven't attacked or taken damage.
Oh, okay. I thought it was the start.
Mm-mm.
Okay,
Sounds
so
friendly.
okay, so I kind of
Well, it would be
Right.
the end of the turn you rage. My bad. It's if your
Right.
turn ends and you haven't attacked a hostile or taken damage.
okay, so I can't rage and then wait till my next turn. I have rage and then okay. Um, knowing that, I'm only going to I'm gonna move
Oh no,
about
since your last turn, my bad. You're right. Rage is weird. So you can
okay.
rage now, and at the end of your next turn, if that hasn't happened, then it drops.
Okay, cool. So I can't do this then. Cool. Um, let's see. Hold on. Okay, is all this stuff here in the middle considered cover or anything?
Those stones would be considered difficult terrain,
Okay.
but this normal land is normal.
Okay. Well, let's hope this works.
Normal land
I'm
is
going
normal.
to
Wow, the ground seems to be made out of ground.
move my 30 feet and then for my action, I'm going to dash straight to this guy. Oh,
Okay.
shit. Wait a minute. I messed that up. Hold on a second. How do I cancel that?
Let it go, because it. There
Okay.
you go.
I got it. Sorry. I'm so sorry. My apologies.
No worries.
And then as I get to this guy, I'm going to finish my transformation and rage.
All right.
So now you see this really, really big fucking angry hyena thing. And
Remember, Olive, it's on our side.
I've made my
As
peace
you
with that one.
watch the large knoll-like entity now retrieving and bursting from Dune's form, now enlarged by Vanon's magic, towering over the goblin, who looks up at him just like he's reconsidering past actions right now.
and that will be my turn.
Okay. Professor, you're up.
Ooh, 5d6.
Yeah. Let's. What is above me? Is that your bird, Vannon?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna step right here. Actually, no. Let's step right. Yeah, right there's fine. And then I'm going to. These have a lot of HP. Yeah, I'm gonna magic missile the one next to, or do it. No, maybe I don't want to do that. You're probably gonna want to attack that. You got shit next to you, right? You can flash it. Yeah, I'm gonna magic
Yeah.
missile the one next to Dune.
Okay.
That goblin.
I got plenty of things to tear
Yeah,
apart.
you got a lot of targets there.
Oh yeah, I'm excited.
17,
What's the range on your magic missile?
120.
Gotcha. Yeah, that won't hit.
15 damage.
Oh my
15 points
lord!
damage as you see below you, Dune. The goblin's like You just see one of like an energy bolt just instantly knock him onto the side of the head, knocking him down to the ground.
Hey.
I don't know if never mind. I do the hyena laugh, a very loud, deep cackle of the hyena.
Slit.
There is a slight chill that runs down your spine, Olive.
And I'll pass the turn. I'm not gonna. I've already moved. Do I wanna? No. Yeah, I'll pass the turn.
Right. It is the goblins, and they got a target. They are going to charge forwards into you.
Yeah, come on,
Doom
I'm
and
snarling at them, just teeth bare, just snarling.
he's gonna run up and dash to get to here. These two are going to ignore you and start moving forward to the others.
Doesn't large buff my AC up any, or is it just stay the same?
It stays the same.
You'll
Okay,
it's the same.
cool. Thanks, sure.
They charge. Okay. And Bob was also there, reasonably pissed off that he got sent. Let's see. You are pretty close. Yeah, he's gonna start charging towards you, Doom.
Alrighty.
You're the reason he did this to me. I'm gonna find you.
It'll be his turn because he had to dash.
Please log in through the Google Home app.
No, I don't wanna.
No.
Damn it, Google, I don't want to talk to you right now.
Wait, I didn't know Muscle Man joined this campaign.
I'm a little busy.
The Fire Gobber. 2. Let's see here. He's gonna
Fire,
send a gob.
Fire.
One goblin gets fired out to 150 feet and would do an attack towards someone, but is not within range. And that will be his turn. Hob is going to stay there. Vannon, you're up.
Okay. I'm going to do Ray of Frost onto this guy.
All right.
20. Ooh, that's a crit.
Yeah, that's
We
gonna.
love to
that's
see
gonna hit.
it.
So yeah.
So
Go ahead and roll your damage.
10. And then
Nice.
2 5. So I roll it again.
You throw your hand out as the goblin immediately freezes in place, still mid-run, as now
Yeah.
he is thrown into the ether, essentially.
All
Is
right.
that your turn?
Not yet. I'm going to use. He has 5 speed of 60 feet, so I'll fly him to right here, and have him perform the help action. If Professor wants to shoot this guy,
Gotcha.
that will give him advantage.
Very nice.
Okay.
All right.
And I want to move.
Got it. Very nice. Okay. Olive, you're up.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and launch 2 Eldritch Blasts at number 6.
Gotcha.
First one, 17 to hit.
17 hits.
10
As Dune, you see another goblin immediately blasted to the ground by unknown eldritch forces.
Second one is going for number 7.
Got it.
Yeah.
Hit that mother.
That one.
Ooh.
Twice now. It's been a
Oh,
hit. That one. Hit. That
Yeah. Roll me in D100.
There you
Thank
go.
you. High or low?
Is is it good or bad what I choose?
High. It's good or bad? Yeah.
Well, no. If I choose high and it comes out high, is that good? Or if I choose high and it comes out low, that's good.
You tell me.
Okay. Since it's you, I would like high to be good.
Okay. It is high. So you don't shoot Dune, but you do shoot the other goblin.
Woo!
So go ahead and roll me another attack, please.
All right.
That hits
Yeah, but
for
1
1
damage.
point of damage.
1 point of force damage.
So
Kind
you
of-
went after
Belly
7
smacks him.
before?
7 was the original, yeah.
Okay, so 3 takes the 1 point of blood force damage instead.
Yep, and that'll end my turn. And then I'll
Excellent.
call out for reaction. Remember, we gotta get a command to this giant if we can.
Can we kill it?
Don't.
Yes, but it can do our bidding.
I can't talk in my beast form, so I'll just growl.
Speaking of which, Daisy, you're up.
All right. Nothing like softening up a target bit. Wait, fuck. Never mind. Nope. Not that. Nuh-uh. Okay. New plan. I am going to try to hit. Yes. So you see number 1. Wait, I'm not showing.
Number 1.
That guy.
Number 3.
That's 3.
Oh, God, I have bad eyesight. So, Toll the
It's a
Dead.
big map.
So Wisdom 15.
Yes. And he is damaged
By 1 point, you're welcome.
by 1 point, and he fails.
Oh, I pity the fool.
You
This
better
is
roll higher.
2d12.
Ooh. Dealing 13 points of necrotic damage. Yeah, that guy just grabs a hold of his head, and you just see a pop, essentially.
Rest in peace, you fool. And then, right over its little corpse, a spiritual weapon appears coming out of his body to smack the one next to it.
Dune's just confused, but he's like, all right.
It's a bone-like weapon, and then it goes and smacks. I believe that's a 7, right? Yeah, that guy.
Yes.
Yeah, so
Let me retrieve.
27 to hit, which is a 9.
Oh, that's a crit. Yeah. For some
Yep.
reason, you're whispering the
Yeah.
Oh.
rolls.
Ah. Let's see. Let's change that to.
You can change that. Yeah.
To never whisper. There you go.
There we go. That will be yours for the time being.
Yes. And it goes and slashes.
Yes. 18 points of damage, which
Right through the
also
heart.
cuts that one down. Yeah, straight through the heart. Just sticks him there. He just looks down, looks at the blade. Just brings the blade out. A smatter of gore hitting its sand.
Dune seeing no more targets. He just slowly looks at the giant. Just looks at him. He just nods his head.
Yeah. And that's the rest of my 20 feet of movement that I had left, and that is my turn.
Right. Harry, before your turn. Load it!
Who's there to load it? Just him.
4. There's more goblins on the way. I want to roll a 6.
I don't want you to roll a 6.
Sure you will
I
have
want a
to-
In fact,
6.
you
damn it.
want a 6 means I don't want you to have a 6.
Exactly.
Oh, 1.
I want a damn 6.
No, Rob. No.
All right. So no misfire.
Damn it.
2 more goblins on their way. Send them out. Boom, boom. And Harry, it is your turn.
Okay. We're gonna take and draw the bow back again. Sharpshooter. That's Mr. Hob up there. I'm getting tired of these goblins that keeps firing at us. Longbow.
16 will sadly miss.
Either way, it was 11. So
Gotcha.
again,
Second
sharpshooter.
sharpshooter, gotcha.
I'm just trying to put out damage here. The game
I
doesn't like me
know.
right now.
18 is better.
will just hit.
Nice.
Just hit. Okay. For 19 points of damage.
19 points of damage. Whew. He's looking pretty pissed off right now and not looking great. You can see he's like more rushed actions, trying to get the mechanics of the cannon to work faster. He seems a lot more rabid and a lot more desperate.
What do you say? He's wounded or bloodied?
He looks to be wounded. Harry, your turn. Done.
Yeah. I don't believe there's anything I can do.
All right. Dune.
All right, I know what Flower said, but this is the biggest threat on the board, and I'm ready to play. I'm gonna get right there up in his grill, and I'm going to make 2 reckless attacks with my claws. Let's see.
Make those attacks.
First one's a
22
22.
hits.
The second one is a 14.
14 hits.
All right, so let's see. So it's 6
Remember that at D4.
and add a D4. That's right.
And don't forget to add your rage bonus.
That's 12 points of slashing damage for the first attack,
All right.
and the second attack 9, 10, 11, and then another D4 for 13
Nice.
points of slashing damage as I just rip into him. I'm trying to disembowel this guy.
You are maybe solid 5 or so feet lower than this guy. He's like maybe a solid like 15 foot tall at this point. But
Mhm.
you are bringing both claws in right into the sides of the ribs as you hear a harrowing howl from him.
And once again, I have to do that deep hyena cackle.
All right.
That will be my turn.
All right. Professor.
Okay, let's number 4 has advantage on it.
Yeah, you have advantage on it from the
Okay,
8.
yeah. Yeah, we'll fire a little magic missile off at number 4.
Go ahead and fire away.
Let's see. Advantage. Dirty 20.
20. Definitely hits.
Nice.
Damn, 2 1s again. 16. One more than
Yes.
last time.
Again, a bolt of energy shoots forward. The distraction of the owl allows you to get that nice little nook right under the chin as you see it just quickly drop to the ground.
Is
Beautiful.
that just like one magic missile? Jesus.
Yes.
That's awesome.
Can miss is the trade-off there.
Ah.
Yeah, might as well start pushing up a little bit, right? Because this thing's just gonna keep pooping out goblins for a while. Go 5, 10, 15, 20. Get a little bit closer to Vannon. One more. That'll also be 25 and 30. Yeah, we'll call it a turn.
Okay. It is the goblin's turn. And the goblins will charge.
Remember, they don't
Uh,
get
the-
advantage on me.
They don't get advantage on you?
Nope, because of my wild hunt.
Got it. These guys are going to get over to here. Can they reach that? Yes, they can. Okay. And they are going to start bringing out some short bows. And they're going to start firing on you.
All right.
So they got 2 guys in range and 3 guys shooting. So stabber number 1 is a 9.
That misses.
Number
Both
2 is a
missed.
7. Shot number 1, 23.
That hits.
So that was number 7. I got that for 6 points of piercing, reduced to 3.
Yep.
Shot number 2 is a 14.
Misses.
Very nice. And a 7.
That misses as well.
All right. Bob. Bob's not happy with you.
Good.
So he's going to bring 2 of them
Bye-bye.
down. 17.
That hits.
Okay. You take 24, reduced to 12.
Okay, hold on. Do the math. That's the temp gone. 10. Okay.
And second attack.
I can do it. I just don't want to drop my board.
15.
That just hits.
All
Temp
right.
go away.
So that will be 14 reduced to 7.
Alrighty.
Doesn't your wild shape thing give you +1? And then you have the cloak, which also +1.
Watch it doesn't give me +1, I don't think. Hold
No.
on, let me double check that.
It said something about DC, I believe.
Wisdom checks.
If the beast hides
Um,
you as a +1 AC.
Yeah. Beside gives I'm wild hunt.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Different one.
Okay. So you said 7?
So it'll be a total of 7 plus 12, so 19 total.
Okay.
And he will keep his attention on you for the time being, seeing as you didn't go down.
Alright.
You strong, I hate you brutally.
And I just roar at him.
Fire, Gobber! Fire! Damn it!
You're not getting a 6. Fuck you, Rob.
Really doesn't want to give you that.
All right.
Hold on.
I guess I'll send more.
Your AC should be 16
Oh, it'll be 16.
because of the cloak.
You give me a +1. I was at 14.
Oh, did you add
Yep.
that?
Don't
Yeah.
worry, I was thinking exactly
Oh,
the
I'm
same thing.
sorry. Okay.
My AC is a 14 because I had
Yeah,
no armor
No,
on.
my bad.
No good, you're good.
Hob sends 5 more goblins.
Jesus!
Don't worry, they'll never reach you. Hopefully.
Fingers fucking crossed.
I want a 6, man. Like this, that's the fun stuff.
No.
Through probability, you may or may not get one.
I know. I love when it's random, but it's even more fun when I can actually do stuff now. Tubs. Vannon, you're up.
All right. So I'm going to move to there. Here, which is 30 feet from Bob.
Yes.
And I'm going to cast Suggestion.
There we go.
Okay.
There's the thing for it. Nope, that's the wrong one. I need.
That's the wrong one?
No, this is the.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
That one of that.
Okay.
It's only a wall of text.
No worries, man. No worries.
Let's make it a wisdom save. Okay.
I'm
And
going to
it's
use my potent as a
Okay.
3,
Okay.
There we go.
Just to force him. All right.
and I want him to smash the cannon.
Smash cannon. That sounds like a great idea.
He just starts making his way over, bringing the club up, and just looks over at Hob.
You ain't gonna smash your cannon.
This
Doom kind of just looks disappointed. He was having fun.
There's just a distant.
Oh my god.
Vannon, is that your turn?
And then I'm going to Misty Step. 1, 2, 3, back here.
All right. Olivia, you are up.
Yep, perfect. Um, yeah, that'll change what I'm gonna do, which is great. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and let's do Eldritch Blast on Orange 7 back there.
Alrighty.
One of the shooters. 19 to hit.
19 hits, 7
7
points of damage, which gets him.
All right, and then
Just sniped out of the air, just drops.
moving over to number 5.
Got it.
18 to hit.
18 hits, but doesn't bring him down. He's really rough.
All right, and because I know he's coming back, I'm gonna bonus action. I'm gonna go ahead and Hexblade's Curse Bob. Oh, never mind. 30 feet. Cancel that.
Got it.
I'm gonna end my turn.
Okay. Before your turn, Daisy.
Load it.
Load it! Come on, give me a 6.
Loaded's
I
two
want a
actions.
6, baby.
Loaded's 2 actions, right?
Damn it!
Yeah.
Oh, he already took his turn. Never
You
mind.
can't wish for it. It just has to happen.
Exactly.
Ah, all
Wishing
right.
it just jinxes it.
It's like Goodwill. You can't go into Goodwill looking for something. You're never gonna find it.
Exactly.
You go to Goodwill just to find stuff you were not expecting to find.
Yeah, that's how you go into Goodwill.
All right. So a singular goblin gets shot out of the cannon and lands over here.
He goes, "Why me?"
Oh no, these guys are fully excited, just like crazy, like tongue lapping out the side,
Why me
just
last?
riding these rockets down.
Yeah, not why me. Why not? Not why me last.
Yeah, why me last? Why not me first?
I welcome the gates of Valhalla! Shiny and chrome!
That will be their turn, Daisy.
Good. With that gleam in my eye, I go ahead and move my spiritual weapon as a bonus action to attack. Move, sword, please. There you go. Yeah. Number 8. That's an 8, right?
Yeah.
Not
Yes.
good. I'm not.
That one's 9, but
The one
13
below
to
it.
hit.
the one
Yeah,
below it
hit.
is number
Sadly,
8.
yes. Sadly, that will miss.
Oh. Alright. Well, he's not that lucky today. Told it dead.
Right. Wisdom save,
Yeah,
which he fails.
lovely. And he's not injured, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, so 2d8. Target is not missing D&D. There you go.
Damn. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Again, another head grasping on as you just see another pop inside of the head of the creature.
Yeah. That's right. And I will go ahead and hide behind Dune. And that is my go.
Right. Harry.
Okay. Seeing the frantic actions of the goblin firing seemingly near infinite reinforcements, we're gonna take another 2 shots.
Okay.
I'm gonna sharpshooter the first one.
All right. 21 will hit.
Pretty good.
21
Pretty good shots.
for 17 points of damage.
17 points of damage. Oof.
Second shot, sharpshooter as well.
Okay.
Oh, it was almost a 20. 12.
So that will be a 12, which will miss, sadly. Is that your turn, Harry?
Yeah, how's he looking from this billion miles away?
He's looking frantic, and speaking of which, at the end of your turn,
Load it.
load it!
That's 2 actions, right?
Seemingly, yes, in desperation at this point, as he is getting low on health. Damn it! Come on, I want a 6. Another one will be sent out. Just one goblin this time. And Dune, you're up.
Oh, real quick beforehand, since suggestions and concentration, the enlarge drops down.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm no longer enlarged. Cool.
Nope.
You are no longer enlarged. You are just normal Dune.
Alrighty. I was going to bite, but I forgot that I can only have one of them out at a time. So as I shrink down, I'm still bigger than this fucking guy. So I'm just going to just smile at him in my beast form and then attempt to just take his head off with my claws. Reckless attack, of course. First
Right.
one. Yeah, that'll hit.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Let's see. That'll be double. That would be 18.
Just
I mean
complete
double the die.
Just the
decapitation.
dice.
Yeah, that's that. Oh, all right. Okay, gotcha.
So it'd be 16 with your bonus.
16, right? And I'm just completely just taking his head off. Just
Yeah. Proper decapitation. Not even a little bit of blood dripping out. Clean cut.
Is there any blood on my claws?
Not that you can see. That's
Aw.
how clean it was.
All right. And with that, I'm going to take my action and I'm going to action my movement, and I'm going to just run. He's charged straight into battle.
All right.
That'll be my turn.
Bob is just gonna look down at you like, you get smelly.
I can't talk back, so I just keep ignoring him and keep running.
All right. Professor.
Okay. Go 5, 10, 20, 25. I'm gonna stop here and hold a magic missile for if anything runs into melee range of. I mean, I guess I could do it for any of my companions, right? Or does it have to be a specific companion?
Sorry, what was the
If I want to
question?
hold a magic missile for if an enemy runs into melee range of any of my companions.
Okay.
But I mean, most
Gotcha.
notably Dune, but just on the off chance there's like some kind of crazy cannon shot or something. That'll be my turn.
All right. The goblins will charge forwards. There's a fair amount of them at this point.
Yes, there is.
Say they will move up, apart from number 7, who is dead.
I'm gonna fire at number 6 then.
Far away.
And natural 1, third one of the game.
Natural 1. D100, please.
Yeah. $96.
96.
Really high is good. Remember?
96. Huh. Okay.
Okay.
Reroll again.
Really?
I hope it's not doing what I think it's doing.
94.
Same.
Oh, no.
The
You roll your
attack.
attack again.
Oh, roll my attack again.
I was about
Okay.
to say, you rolled 2 very high numbers there.
Yes, I did. In stark contrast.
Now
to
do it
that
with
one.
the d20s.
Yeah.
Roll some high numbers.
Not great.
You
this
have a
one's good.
feeling that your bolt was going to be guided forwards into the same target, however, it sadly misses.
Okay. I mean, at least I was afraid it was going to go into Dune once you told me to reroll the attack. Okay. You know, I can live with that. I think a lot worse things could have happened there.
Yep.
Shot goes wide.
A lot worse things could happen there.
Yeah.
Yes. That is your held action. The goblin will attack you, Dune,
Mm-hmm.
for 20.
That hits.
So reduced to 3 points of slashing damage.
Mm-hmm.
Bob, seeing that he's now your friend and now wants to smash cannon, is going to just simply charge on through these fucks.
Dangerous to smash cannon.
Yep. What I said. Make sure we
And
get a
You
suggestion
go,
on it.
Bob.
charge forwards. I will have these guys make me some deck saves.
I always believed in you, Bob.
As he's running by, I'm just gonna
Fail.
victory howl.
Fail.
Got it, Bob.
Success. Fail. So 5 and 6 orange are knocked prone. Prone. 9 got out the way. However, 8 is also knocked prone as well. Just barraged through the whole lot of them. Time to smash cannon. Bob will smash cannon.
Bob's adorable, trying to smash things.
Loud it. Damn it. Let's see. You know what? Yeah, Hobb's gonna do it. He sees that Bob is no longer an ally and is going to shoot at Bob.
You just shoot a goblin at him, why don't you?
With a nat 20.
Oh my god.
So Bob needs to make a deck save or take 17 fire damage, which he fails. So Bob takes 17, and a goblin appears within 10 feet.
And these goblins are just on another level.
There's a lot of them.
Mad lads.
Question with suggestion. It's only if you guys
Only if we
damage
attack
him.
Yep.
Got it.
Actually, it isn't even. Is it even that?
Yeah, it's at the very end. If we attack
I-
it, spell ends.
I
Oh, yeah.
thought it was any attack.
Nope.
Damn, that's
if you or any of
dope.
your companions, I told you we need to suggest
Yep.
this guy.
This is good.
Yep. No, this is great. This is exactly what we need to do.
And goblin lands here. Let me check. Is Bob okay? Yeah, Bob's okay.
You go, Bob.
Thank God for that.
Hob
Don't get him, Bob.
seeing that, yeah, he's not happy that Bob is coming to get him.
I'm sorry I hit you earlier.
How far is this? Just out of range. Okay, he's gonna wait until Bob gets closer. Vannon, you're up.
Okay. 30. All right. I'll move up there next to Professor.
Ooh.
Thanks.
Oop, I'm gonna hit this guy with the Ray of Frost.
Nice. So number 9.
Yes.
Gotcha.
9, so that's an end.
9 will sadly miss.
I'm gonna move my bird up to here. Yeah, there.
And is that your turn, Vannon?
Yes, that's it.
Okay. Olive, you're up.
All right, I'm gonna ping orange 4.
Orange 4, got it.
11 to hit.
11 to hit, sadly misses.
All right, we'll do it again. 13 to hit.
That will hit. No, that sadly will miss.
All right.
Damn, that's gonna miss, sadly.
Yeah, that's all I got.
Okay. Yeah. Hobbs gonna load it. Come on, give me something here. Damn it.
That's
Okay.
something.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, he's just gonna keep on firing at Bob. He's not happy. I told you, Bob. We were friends.
The most tragic story.
That will hit. It's another 8. for
See,
Bob.
Hobbs says that they were friends, but I remember at the beginning of this fight, Hobbs knocked Bob on his ass.
Yeah, real dickish. Dick move.
He honestly had it coming.
Exactly.
Bob takes another 8 points of fire damage, and another goblin appears next to him. Yeah, you're seeing that there's a lot less goblins being sent out at this point.
They're running
Almost
low.
like it's running out. That was your turn, Olive. Daisy, you are up.
All right. So I'm going to move my spiritual weapon over to here. And I stabbed
Uh,
number 5. Now I have a question.
with advantage.
Yes, does it get advantage? That was my question.
It is technically a melee attack, so yes.
Mag it.
What the fuck?
You can roll. You can roll at advantage, Daisy.
That's bullshit.
Sadly, that will miss.
Bullshit. No. All right. Let's see. Number 9 thinks they're top shit, so they're gonna get told they're dead.
All right. Needs to make a save,
Yep,
which will
15.
be wisdom.
Oh la la.
Fails.
They've taken no damage, right?
For 12.
Yeah, I miss it because it's 15.
Oh, so then yeah, it will take damage.
No, I'm asking have they taken damage?
Oh no, it
'Cause-
hasn't.
Okay, yeah, because
Either way, he drops. Just again grabs a hold of the hand, drops to the ground. Most of these guys are not as beefy as you've dealt with before.
Daisy releases an evil laugh for a second and then composes herself.
Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. He's gonna use his other 2 legendary actions to load it again.
This
Load
son of a bitch.
Damn it! Come on! I just want 1. All right.
Yeah, so I am. Nah, you know
So
what?
that will miss
Mm.
Bob, but
Ooh.
the goblet will still go. Almost a misfire.
Damn it! I want to see what a misfire does.
I'll hide behind Dune again,
Hell yeah!
and I'm like, "You go, buddy."
I can't talk, so I just give a snarl of yes.
Yeah. Harry,
I,
it is
I
your
understand
turn.
animals. Don't worry.
Oh, okay, good. Yes.
What are you doing, Harry?
Harry, seeing them even speed up more actions, is gonna try to finish him.
Finish him.
Harry is going to take the first shot with a sharpshooter.
Okay. Uh, 16 will sadly miss.
Okay. Being tired of missing, the second shot is gonna have advantage with one of his stacks of grits
Mhm.
and a sharpshooter at the same time.
Got it.
Come on.
All right.
23 hits.
Okay. That is going to be 22 points of damage.
There you go. Max roll.
Oh, he is looking bad. He's on the brink, like bad.
I think you
bad.
took an arm off with that shot.
Yeah, you see him just like get impacted against the chair. Like there's a slight heaving to the small creature at this point as he's trying his best to reach out for the controls. He is not looking great.
I'll call out. He's almost down. Almost got him. And that'll be the end of my turn.
You go, Harry.
All right. Dune is going to move his happy little self right between these 2 gentlemen that are lying on their asses. And if I go with reckless, do I get super advantage?
Sadly, no.
Dang. But anyway, I'm doing it anyway. All right. So the first one's attack's going to be the one on the left,
All right.
or 24 to
You
hit,
can roll with advantage, you know.
and the one on the
24
right
hits.
with advantage once again.
Yes. 22
22.
both hits.
All right. So the first one on the left's going to take 5,
Skewered.
7 points of slashing.
All right.
And then the one on the right, as I'm doing this, I'm just trying to cut them straight in half. That'll be 8 points of slashing damage. As I just cleave them in half.
You just instead drive both of the claws into their guts, bringing the blades out, creating just a gore of the chest cavity as you move
Awesome.
forward, keeping more.
And as
sorry.
no, you're fine. As I'm doing that, Daisy, since she can talk to animals, all she just hears is race and slide. And I'm just running for him, charging.
Daisy did not understand whatever he said.
Oh, okay. So that was 5, 10, 15. Use the rest of my movement to move up to here, and that'll be my turn.
All right. Professor.
Okay. Let's you'll follow. We'll go 5, 10, 15, 20. That's there. Magic missile. So we will just same turn as last time, except I'm gonna hold crossbow shot with inflict wounds. If anything
Right.
moves into melee of Dune, I'm assuming.
Gotcha.
Nothing for a bonus action. We'll call it a turn.
All right. Number 6 will charge towards Dune.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That happened fast. Crossbow.
You better not fucking miss.
No. Not this time.
Yeah.
Alright, so we got here's damage from the crossbow, and then inflict wounds. 16.
Another one drops to the ground. He's going to get up from half his movement and charge. Charge.
None of
This
them have
one-
advantage.
Going to run over.
That's difficult
No.
terrain, right?
It is, yes. Actually, good point. Yeah, he's going to have trouble with that. They get out there. These guys are going to start trying to harass Bob. Let's see. So we got 1, 2, 3, and then 4. So 2 shooting and 3 stabbing at you,
Mhm.
Dune.
Alrighty.
So that'll be an 18 to hit,
That'll hit.
reduced to 3 points of damage.
Uh-huh.
Second attack will be a 12
Misses.
and a 12.
Misses.
2 shots, 22 and an 18.
Both will hit.
All right, so that'll be 6 points of damage.
Gotcha.
Still up?
Yo, I'm still up.
All right.
I'm just snarling and drooling right now. It's angry.
These guys miss on Bob, hits on Bob, hits on Bob. So 13 points of damage to Bob. Bob's not looking great.
Yeah, I can imagine he's not.
Bob is still adamant on fucking up that cannon, so he's gonna ignore the goblins and keep charging.
Yeah.
This is exactly what I hoped would happen.
Fuck him up, Bob.
Gotta destroy cannon for new friends. Let's see. They're gonna attack, miss, hits. So Bob will take another 7 points of damage. And that guy's gonna need to roll a D100. And I get to roll a D6. Please, come on, give me a 6. 28. Huh. Okay. His scimitar's gone. So he's disarmed.
Bob kicked it 100 feet as he runs away.
Yes, exactly. The blade just disappears into the ether as Bob charges forwards.
Yeah, fuck nerd.
Please give me a 6. Damn it! Okay. Yep, he's gonna keep firing at Bob.
I feel like this is not going at all how Rob wanted.
There's
No.
not one! Misfire!
Let's
Yes! So, misfire. Pop goes the hob. needs to make a DC 14 intelligence check, or he goes flying.
Please tell me.
150
No.
feet.
Which
Intelligence.
succeeds.
Oh, I would say, please tell me Hob dies by impaling himself into the ground.
Unless
Into
someone wishes
Bob.
to use a portent.
No,
That my 13 would be too high.
Your 14 will be too high, you think?
Yeah, I have a 13, which should be 13 would go on that because he still has to add his intelligence on there.
Would you like to use your 13?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, Hob does not have an intelligence score higher than 0. His intelligence score is 11. So
Yeah.
therefore, Hob goes 150 feet towards the original direction. Therefore, Hob goes flying
Can I shoot him out of the
towards
air like
Bob,
skeet shot?
and will
so
land
Bob and Hob
next to
basically
Bob.
switch places.
Hob looks over and just like, fuck. Is going to bonus action disengage and move away from Bob. However, does see a little bit of a group over there. How far away are you guys? Yeah.
Can you see them over the
I
rock?
have a feeling of what's coming next.
I need Daisy, Professor, and Vannon to make me some dexterity saving throws, please. As shooting from the distance, a familiar looking ball of fire shoots towards the group.
Oh, you guys are just amazing at this.
Heyo.
Fireball! DC 13. So Daisy and Vannon both fail. Professor, you succeed.
Sorry, I love your little
Yes.
thing for Fireball because at the bottom it says spell save DC 26. Advantage and Branich still succeeds it. Sorry.
I know it's funny.
Oh my god. That's oh
So
man, that sucks. I'm sorry.
Daisy and Vannon both take 22 points of fire. Adwin, you take 11.
Okay.
With
What's
that
my
naturally reduced to 5.
What's my concentration check for that now?
Yes, please.
It's 11.
Wait,
11. Okay.
Yeah.
reduced to 5?
Yes.
With that nat 20, yes. I'm allowing
Oh,
quarter
okay.
damage.
All right. Oh, so I lost 3 real HP then. It's not so
Is
bad.
Yeah.
is aid concentration?
It is not.
I love aid. Nobody
Aid's
uses
so
it. It's
good.
so good.
Yeah.
That is Bob's turn. Vannon, you're up.
All right. Is this Hob here? I can't see.
Hob is back here.
No. Oh, way back there.
Right in the back.
Dang it. No, nowhere near close enough. All right, I'm going this way.
Okay.
And then. Alright, so, how far was that? 95.
5.
Need 5 more feet. Actually, no. Actually, I want to go back to that. Back to where I was.
Okay.
Like, wait, that's not gonna work.
Yeah, you've already moved, so sadly
Oh,
you have to
okay.
do what you have to stay where you are.
All right.
What are you doing, Vannon?
How far is
Comes
this
of
guy?
the essence.
All right, I want to Ray of Frost on this guy. Number
All right. Number
whatever
8.
that is.
Alrighty. Fire
14.
away. 14 just hits.
10 damage.
10 points of damage as this one goes down. Freezing in place in front of you, Dune.
Alrighty.
Is that your
Dune is
turn,
looking
Venom?
very excited.
Yes. Yeah, it's my turn.
Okay. Olive.
Orange 4 is my current target.
Okay. Fire away.
24 to hit.
24 hits.
Eight
Blast
four.
him down.
And moving over to 7 red.
Gotcha. Fire away.
Misses.
11's sadly gonna miss.
That's all I got.
Alrighty.
Load the.
Fire
Oh,
shit
wait.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
I was saying load the guy. Oh, wait. He's not there.
Yeah, he's not there.
Loud. Oh, wait a minute.
Loud it.
Oh, darn it.
Looks back at unmanned cannon.
Hold on. Hold on. Watch me roll that. Okay.
Watch
I was
roll
about to
six.
say, if that was a 6, I'd be pissed.
All right, so I'm gonna move one back just cause.
All right.
And then I'm going to mass healing word.
Okay.
Jeez.
So, oh my god, I min-rolled, but that doesn't matter. So that's 10 to myself, to Professor, to Vannon, to Olive just because I can, and to Dune.
Yeah.
I'll say, please don't say
Nice.
Harry.
Wait, I'm
I
in
hope
range.
you understand how you use stuff.
That's why I rolled one backwards, just
Wait.
like
Am I in range, really?
it's 60 feet.
Jeez.
60 feet.
That's so dumb.
You see a massive cloud
Wow.
of healing
good.
just burst
That's
from
so
Daisy.
dumb.
Just tendrils of almost nature-like aura just burst from her, and you just see them come out and caress,
If I
giving
remember,
the healing.
masculine word doesn't need line of sight either.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's so dumb.
Is
amazing.
that your turn, Daisy? Or
No, as
what?
I told the dead,
Kira,
number I can't because it's 2 spells. It's not the range. I believe I can reach,
Told the Dead's a cantrip, right?
Told the Dead is a cantrip.
and it's an action.
Oh, both actions. Gotcha.
Yeah, but he's like cure wounds. I move 10 forward and I hit poor number 4 who lost his weapon.
Alright. You fails.
Alright. And is he wounded or not?
He's not.
Just because it says it's a prompt.
Yep.
But he still dies.
Not only did he lose his weapon, but he lost his head.
Up goes the
Yeah.
goblin.
Pop goes the goblin. Alright, and I believe I have 5 more feet of movement, so I'm going to. Mamma mia, this is bad. I'm gonna move this way.
Alright.
Yeah.
Harry, you're up.
yeah, Kira.
Do I feel like the tiny goblins are a significant threat at all?
You have a feeling that the goblins currently right now are looking very worried. The only one that seems to be a threat right now is Hob.
It is. I'm out for a
Yeah.
goblin, fiery goblin, and he's pretty wounded after everything, right?
Oh yeah.
Nah, I'm gonna go for the BM at the risk of missing. I don't care.
Alright.
I'm gonna go for the sharpshooter, even though I probably don't need it.
You see as Harry, Teabag 360 no scopes.
Hell yeah, bro.
Again, you fucking missed.
Actually, given that Hob is not currently in the fire gobber, that is his current AC.
Wait, pause.
what?
His AC is 8.
That he sharpshootered.
Oh, he's sharpshootered?
Yeah.
Oh, you son of a gun. Alright. Yeah, that misses.
Like I said, I'm going for the BM. I'm sharpshooting
Go
again.
for it.
Like I want to
Alright.
blow him apart.
Alright, go for it.
Do it.
Do it.
That's a 14.
14.
14 will hit.
Okay.
Fuck him up, Harry.
With a final shot of 21 damage, hopefully.
Yes, sir.
Harry, how would you like to do this?
I'm I'm hoping that like he starts to come up over the rock. I fire the arrow and just shoot him off the rock, and he just lands dead like 60, 80 feet away.
Yeah, you see him trying to like charge forward, looking at the others.
Don't worry, the Phoenix will always protect.
You just see the arrow just directly between the eyes at that point. The other goblins look over in his direction, partially confused, only to see him drop back, the arrow sticking out the front of his head, and the goblins just look at each other, and they all just fucking run. Without any other reason to stop him,
I'll take my
Bob
grit
will
point back.
charge and completely destroy and decimate any remains of the cannon.
Yes.
Before the
That's 2
spell effect
objectives done.
is completely removed. However, you do take a look and see that after the task is done, Bob is just going to look around for a moment.
Where did Hub go? Hub?
Can I yell out? You just smashed him in the cannon.
No!
And he's just going to like start scrambling through the remains.
That's amazing.
I love that.
You guys leave Bob to scrap through whatever remains there are. The goblins all scatter without any means of trying to attack you.
I will kill each and
And-
every one that's trying to escape.
Same.
The two that run away from me right there, I'm going for them instantly.
All right. Most of them run. However, those that you are able to catch, you do quickly slaughter.
Like I can
and
shoot at
remove.
120 feet, and Harry can shoot at 600. They're not getting away.
No one escapes.
Yeah,
They're
there
not
there are
getting
no
away.
survivors.
This is
apart
a
from
culling.
You. that
Daisy's eyes go
basically
red.
ran.
This is a
And
culling, is what this is.
You do see there were maybe 1 or 2 goblins that were on the far side of the cliffside that weren't sent,
Mhm.
and they just simply book it. They are out of your range, and they just basically run.
I would say somebody
Uh,
told me that Bob was kind of a dick, so I don't think he needs to live either.
I would say yes. However, I have to go.
Yeah.
It is currently 10 o'clock for me, and my lift is going to arrive in like 5 minutes or something.
Yeah, have fun at
Okay.
work.
Yeah, I found that.
It's
Good luck.
So, thank you everyone for playing tonight. You guys actually got the bounty done. Well done. I find it such a shame that I didn't get to roll my 6 with the fire
Do you want
gobbler.
to show us what it would do?
I was saying.
Yes. Oh, that would have been a nat 20 as well. But yes, there you go.
Oh my god.
I knew it was going to be a
Jesus.
meteor or something. I knew
Yeah.
it. DC
2d10
fire
yeah.
damage. It's a miniature fireball.
It would have been very nasty. Basically, it would have been 2d10. No, it's 4d10 bludgeoning and 2d10 fire to anyone who doesn't make the save. It would have been a nasty ass one, and yes, they recharge on a 6 because it's a fucking nasty ass piece of shit. However, yeah. Thank you guys for playing. We'll get the details next week. However, right now I need to get running.
Go.
Yep.
You have important
Yeah.
things to do.
We all do.
Thank you.
All right.
Have a good
All
one.
right.
Game,
Good night.
Have a good night, everyone.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye, Rob.
Bye.
I just want to say, like, I messaged Prek and started that. I'm like, I really hope he gave this goblin a lot of health because he's in range.
He's about to get fucked.
Yeah.
Alright.
That
I'm
was
gonna
fun.
cut the stream here. So have a good one, chat.